do have this kind of program. Even last year, we have a service wide training on information officers against fake news and hate speech. And so immediately I saw this anarchic interest, and we're going to cascade it down from here, fact checking fake news and hate speech.
So you can say that fact checking plays an important role concerning fake news.
Seriously. In fact, the last time we visited the Minister of Information and Culture, he did mention that they discovered about 400 fake accounts just to discredit the government. So you see, with this fact checking, it will actually checkmate all these fake news and what you have.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, thank you. So many people are streaming in, so just stay tuned as the program continues.
encourage some members in the audience
It's on. It's on.
about our
It's
capacity
on.
building on the networking area. It's very, very big. Just like you said, the media attended the close.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Okwesatu Samuel Toide. Can I know yours?
My name is Ademoyo Adebola Taufik, and I'm the DG of Abat Media Center. That's Ashowa Jubola Tinubu Media Center.
I can see you're a facilitator for this event. Are you happy to be here?
I'm very happy and I'm honored to be here because this is a platform that we can use to shaping media narrative henceforth, and we can also use it to stop the spread of fake news henceforth.
Okay. Are you going to be speaking at this event?
Yes, I am, and I'm going to be speaking about social media and fake news and how we can, of course, stop fake news spread on social media.
Okay. Are you looking forward to any particular part of the session? Are you looking forward to any particular speaker?
Thankfully, we are going to be having some important dignitaries speak today. Someone like Festus Keamu, who is a human rights activist, and so the Minister, Honorable Minister Clem Agba, and also my own friend, my boss, and my colleague, Honorable Shegun Dada, is also going to be speaking as a panelist today. So I'm looking forward for a robust conversation in this event today.
I'm looking forward to hearing you speak.
No problems, no problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like
Thank
your
you
smiles.
too. Thank you. Okay.
And you see, people manufacture things these days. They create things from thin air, and it becomes a big problem in society. So today, we'll be opening up some of those, and then we'll be preferring solutions as to how to get through it. And I personally will be making suggestions on how to make sure that you protect yourself, because fake news destroys the person before it destroys the society. You protect yourself from fake news. Thank you.
Okay, so I am looking forward to listening to you speak, and I hope you deliver a very wonderful speech.
Yes, to be my pleasure.
That's all right. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Professional. I'm an event management professional as well.
the organizers of this program have asked me to anchor this event, so I'm going to be your host today. Please put it together for me. Thank you very much. I'm going to be asking the audience to also put it together for some of you from time to time, so thank you for starting it with me. You're welcome to the media workshop being organized by the Coalition for Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa. This workshop is a first of its kind. It's also very timely. It's an opportunity for us to look at what the media is today, especially in the age of digital media and the disruptions that have been brought into the environment of what we used to understand as the traditional media. So that, in a nutshell, are the conversations that we're going to be having today. We're going to start officially by, if the DJ is ready with the national anthem, we're going to start officially by asking the whole house to be on their feet. Let us kindly take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Please, let's be on our feet as we take the national anthem. Please remain standing. I think we should also commit this event today into the hands of Almighty God. So in your own faith, just take a few moments and just say a prayer. Just a few moments in your own faith. Then in the next few seconds, I can then say amen to the prayers of all of us collectively. Amen. Thank you all for your prayers. Please, let's have our seats. The DJ, we requested for a special number. I requested for this special number for the convener of this workshop today, and I will tell you people the reason why. We cannot wait too much longer than that. I think we would have to adjust what we have on our sound desk. But I'm going to introduce the convener of this program today. in the person of Prince John Mayaki. He's the Country Director, Coalition for Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa. He's coming to do his welcome remarks. But before he comes to the stage, I want to tell you one or two things about him. He's a journalist. He's a regular guy like most of us here in this room. But he has chosen, using the instrument, using the vehicle of his NGO, to put this workshop together. He has funded it A to Z. I think this is a very good example of the kind of things we are marching into in this country, where a lot more citizens, without waiting for government, we take on something that they believe they can do to benefit this country and just do it. That's the reason I wanted the DJ to have played a special number to herald him. But I'll still introduce him all the same. I think what he has done today is superlative. I think what he has done today is spectacular. I think what he has done today is cool. Let me use a more fun word. You know? And I believe that going into this new administration, these are the kind of things we should encourage ourselves to do. These are the kind of things we should take a cue from and do ourselves. I want to thank him very much for putting this together. We have invited people from government, people from the media. This is essentially a media training workshop. We have also invited people from other walks of life. And little by little, we are seeing them coming into the hall. But at this point, I'm going to ask us to put our hands together as I ask Prince John Mayaki, to come to the stage to do his formal welcome. As he comes to the stage, I would like us to please put our hands together. John, please, you have the floor to welcome him.
Is a veteran journalist, historian, diplomat, archivist, and documentalist.
In Africa. This event is put together just because of you and me and because of our country, the love for nation. We've stayed abroad, we've worked and schooled abroad, and we discovered that we need to come back home and protect our own. Make sure we come back home and make sure we invest in our country. Whatever you've learned abroad, come back home and make sure you keep your country. Most importantly, we've seen nations in crisis. A lot of nations, in fact, every nation around the world are in crisis, every nation. There's none that is exceptional. And so, Nigeria is not exception. It's not an exception to the crisis around the world. Crisis of environmental degradation, political crisis, economic crisis, inflation across the world. You see the recent happening in Sudan. You've seen what is happening in Iran. Even Iran, even North Korea, in Ukraine, everywhere in the world. Even in UK, even in the US, the gun crisis, people get killed every day. In the UK, you see the knife crisis. There are a lot of crises around the world. And so we decided to say one of the major crises we have here in Nigeria, we agree that we've got bad leadership. We agree that we've got issues of corruption. We agree that we've got economic crisis. But most importantly, too, there are issues, there are elements that could trigger this very crisis and could degenerate and could inflame the country, and the country could be set ablaze, and which is fake news. We discovered that before the election, most importantly, and during the election, even after the election as we speak, the avalanche and deluge of fake news has increased tremendously. And it has done incalculable damage to this country. It has done incalculable damage to organizations. Recently, we saw some corporate organizations, some corporate guys, billionaires in the country fighting over what information, what not information. Now, during even before the election, we had somebody say, oh, the man is dead in UK. Oh, no, the man has an offshore account. Oh, no, the other man, we saw him do, these are all concocted news, which we call fake news. Now, what you'll be learning today, you're going to learn how to decipher, how to know what is fake news, what is not fake news. The guy coming is going to teach you how to fact check. And most importantly too, we invited civil society organizations, we've invited lawyers, we've invited journalists, so that you can be able to go back to the society and disseminate the information and be able to also tell somebody, no, this is fake news, I can tell you this, because somebody is going to tell you all the tools to fact check what is fake news. Now, we want to appreciate technology in the sense that it has brought in development. We've seen what the technology has done. When it came, people got sacked from work. When we used to have typewriters, stenographers, and these guys were very busy in the newsroom. Don't forget, I'll be coming back to the issue of the newsroom and the social media, the gatekeepers and the gatekeepers, the two dimensions of journalism, news dissemination, and all of those. But most importantly, as I was saying, you've got people who sit down, concoct story because of the advent of technology. Like I said, two things. Technology is good. When it came, people got sacked from work, but of course, it has enhanced our living. But people have also latched on it to say, we're going to use this thing to get what we want. You see, this guy, we don't need him here. This election is going to contest. This guy is, we're going to give him a name, and you cook a name around it, and you call him whatever it is. And people begin to pass it around. People begin to pass it around. It's fake news, but you have designed it in such a way with technology, and people try to believe it. You know, so today we want to ask Nigerians, especially in this microcosm, it is very hard, so that people came in from Kano, people came in from Lagos, people came in from different parts of the world, they are here seated. Even those in Abuja, wherever you are, in your various closets, you are able to pass the message around that we must be protective of our country, we must be patriotic about our country. We've got no other country to go to. If anything happens today, now look at the crisis of the Naira redesign. You can't tell me, no big man will tell me, in all honesty, that you are not affected. Now, you couldn't just access money from the ATM. If there's crisis, you'll be running inside the bush. You'll not be talking about money in the ATM. If there's crisis, serious crisis. You saw the crisis of NSAS. You saw the crisis of NSAS. And now students started using internet to school at home. You can't go out. In fact, markets were shut down. If you need to go to the mall, you need to know the time to go to the mall. And look at the crisis of COVID and all of those. So the most important thing here is that we must begin to talk to ourselves. We must begin to pinch ourselves that the stability we have today, the peace we are enjoying today, no matter how bad the governance is, no matter how bad, we still prefer it than what is happening in Sudan. That our people, we needed to rush in our people back home. So we expect that this outcome, the outcome of this workshop, will number one teach us on how to be patriotic about our country. Number two, we're able to see fake news and dictate it. Number three, not just dictating it, stop it. 3 aims and takeaway you're going to get is number one, be patriotic about your country. Number two, be able to see fake news, detect it, and number three, you're able to stop it. If we're able to get this done, I think we'll be on the path of progress. Thank you so very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Prince Mayaki. Please let's put our hands together once for him. I'm going to introduce the VIPs, but let me call the Chief Security Officer in the hotel to come to the stage to just give us a few things, a few tips about the ground rules for our event today. They are simple and basic ground rules. CSO.
Good morning, participants. Welcome to the Ladi Kwali Hall of Abuja Continental Hotel, the safest place to have your event in Abuja. My name is Saleh Mohammed. I'm the safety manager for the hotel. It is a usual practice to tell you the safety and security regulations as regards the use of the hall, so that while you are doing your event, we will not record any record of either safety or security related incident. However, before I continue, in case there is a need for you to use our convenience, it's very easy to locate. As you just walk out of this entrance door, turn to your right. Just go straight. Before the exit door, you see the convenience by your left side. You are expected to use the one appropriate for you to use. Aside that, today is not scheduled for any fire drill, please. Therefore, if there's a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 2 to 3 minutes or beyond, that suggests that something might have gone wrong somewhere or there's a false alarm. However, you should not be panicked. You are expected to be calm because we have trained emergency response team members who knows what to do if there's any eventuality in the hotel. I am not saying this because we are anticipating any emergency, please, no. But as we all know, emergency will not ring a bell before it happens. So what is expected of us is to know what to do if there's any abnormality. If evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. 1, as you exit this door, go straight to the main entrance of the hall, pass through there. The open space to the left is where you are expected to assemble based on your group. If for 1 or 2 reasons again assembling there will not be possible, you should follow these exit doors. As you exit through these doors, turn to the left. At the open space, you'll be seeing the directional sign that will take you to our secondary assembly point at the tennis court. Then on your personal belonging. This is a public place. It is your right to be protected, and the same applies that of your personal belongings. However, being that safety and security is a shared responsibility, there's something that you can also do to make sure that everything goes smoothly. Please, should you have a reason to leave where you are seated, do not leave your personal valuable belongings unattended, more especially your mobile phones. Take it along with you. If there's a reason why you must not carry it along for whichever reason you have, please leave it in the hand of someone that you know very well, that even after the event, the person can hand it over to you, so that we will not have any issue completely. These periods are periods like when you are asked to come and give a speech, or when you go for your tea break, lunch, convenience, among other places that you would like to go. Please do not leave your personal belongings unattended to. Without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, we wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was the CSO in the hotel. Let me just quickly recognize some of our VIPs that are already here. The Honorable Minister of State, Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Agba, is here with us, but ably represented by Prince Adeyemi Adeniran. Please, sir, please could you be on your feet? Let's recognize you and applaud you. He's the Statistician General of the Federation and the CEO of the National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for coming to represent the minister. But like I said earlier on, you could as well also have been our VIP without representing anybody, but representing yourself. Thank you so very much, sir. You know, the National Bureau of Statistics has turned around. Many of you know that. You know, it used to be a very ancient institution. They will give us statistics 20 years old. But go to their website today. As it's happening, they are generating those data and they are feeding the rest of the public. Thank you very much, sir. I think it's a huge turnaround. And as an organization, even the CEOs that served before you, they continued in that direction. And I can see that you are taking over and you are taking it in even higher direction. Thank you very much for that. That's our NBS. Let me also recognize the Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Honorable Festus Keyamo. He's here, but again, he's represented by one of his special advisors, one of his special assistants, Mr. Niyi Fatogun. If I didn't pronounce your surname well, please kindly bear with me. Mr. Niyi Fatogun, are you there? Mr. Niyi Fatogun, are you in the audience? Oh, thank you very much, sir. Please, be on your feet. Let's applaud him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please send our goodwill to the minister in return. Thank you very much. Colonel Abdul Wahab Ademola Lawal, retired. He's here in the house. He's one of the first persons to come in, and he's one of our special guests as well. All of these special guests, in a short while, we're going to be asking them to give their goodwill remarks, even as we continue with the program. There is Malam Aliyu, Omar Aliyu. He's the head strategic communications of Bureau of Public Services Reforms. I know it's not a popular agency, but it's a very strategic agency because it's an agency that interfaces with the entire federal bureaucracy. There is no ministry, there is no department, there is no agency, there is no commission that doesn't liaise with this ministry. With this agency that Malam Aliyu represents. When he saw our program online and he indicated interest that he was coming, I quickly whispered to the convener. I said, we are going to embarrass him by recognizing him specially at the event. Thank you very much, Malam Aliyu. Thank you very much. Mr. David Akoji is a Director of Special Duties and States Operation at the National Orientation Agency. If you are here, please could you be on your feet? Let's similarly recognize you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for making out time to be with us. I'm going to be making more recognitions, but at this time, I would like to invite our special guest, the Statistician General, if you could kindly take the podium and just say one or two things, just 1 minute or thereabout, his goodwill message. When he's done with that, in no particular order, I would want the representative of the Honorable Minister of State, Labor and Employment to do the same. And then afterwards, I would ask Colonel Abdul Wahab Lawal to also do the same. Thank you, sir.
The convener of this workshop, Mr. John Mayaki, the representative of the Honorable Minister of State, Labor and Employment, Mr. Niyi Fatogun. Our guest presenters present here today, distinguished journalists, eminent journalists in the House, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to represent my principal, Prince Clem Ikanade Agba, the Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, who is unavoidably absent here today. He has asked me to give his goodwill message at this event. His goodwill message goes as this. I consider it a great honor to be invited to this occasion by the Coalition of Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa, whose country director, Mr. John Mayaki, has done so much to advance the cause of the journalism profession in Nigeria. This workshop is one in the series of Mr. Mayaki's numerous contributions to the expansion of the frontiers of knowledge and truth, which he practically demonstrated as a reporter, as an editor, and now as a member of boardroom. His growing media organizations and, of course, his pace-setting civil society organization is unmistakable. The theme of this workshop, Balancing Ethics and Patriotism, the Obligations of Journalists to Their Country, is very apt in the context of our just concluded general elections and the management of post-election tensions, people's anxieties, and public expectations especially ahead of the May 29 inauguration of the new government. The theme is a reminder of journalists' stabilizing role in nation building and needed devotion to the country without discounting the ethics of the profession. It is the delicate interaction and balance between nationalism and journalism ethics that this workshop set out to interrogate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is expected that conversation around the topics will be robust and generate fresh insights that will benefit the media professions in the obligatory reportage of development in the polity. The topics, namely, the role of journalism in a democratic society, balancing ethics and patriotism, as well as media ownership and national interest, and promoting responsible journalism practices, are without a doubt suitable and should generate a lot of interest and perspectives. I'm sure that the carefully selected eminent speakers will do justice to these topics. I also expect the workshop to benefit immensely from the gravitas of the participants in interrogating emerging issues. The outcomes of this workshop should be salutary in reinforcing the place of the press in nation building. The free press is a bulwark of any democratic state. The significance of the press as a watchdog of society has helped to reverse the erroneous assumption that a democratic state runs solely on the trinity of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. It is also to the credit of the watchdog role of the press that it has entered or earned for itself the recognition as the fourth estate of the realm. Whereas the three arms of government exercise separate powers under the doctrine of separation of power, each kicks in with the power to check the excesses and arbitrariness of the other arm of government and help to maintain some administrative, legislative, and judicial balance. In covering the entire field of governance architecture, the press watches the three arms and strives to ensure they are accountable to the people. This scenario underscored the extensive influence and power of the press, which should be exercised with a great deal of responsibility. Otherwise, the press will become not only unruly, but also tyrannical. Nevertheless, there are relevant laws which courts can rein in the press, but this should be a rare event rather than norm. Consider how ennobling it will be if the Nigerian press keeps to the tenet of balance, fairness, and objectivity in news reporting and other editorial matters. Cases of defamation and libel will become uncommon in our clime. It is hoped that this will be largely achieved as stakeholders increasingly comply with the provision of the Freedom of Information Act, especially in the interaction between the press and officialism. Thomas Jefferson made two insights. The first is that he thinks the role of a press in keeping government power in check is so important that he would prefer newspaper without government to government without newspapers. The second is his statement about the nature of European government. Remember, he was speaking on the eve of the outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789. He hinted that they had divided the nation into two contending classes, where the government were like wolves who devoured the wealth of the people, who were like sheep. Jefferson warned Carrington that all governments, even the new American government, of which they themselves were members, unless checked, by a knowledgeable citizenry who inevitably becomes another wolves. There is no better way to explain the place of the press and its indispensability in the affairs of a democratic state other than the way Carrington put it. Journalists, just as anyone else, especially those in government, have a very great responsibility to ensure that there is peace, harmony, stability, and development in the country, which I believe is one of the reasons why the organizers of this workshop have chosen the topic, balancing ethics and patriotism. The belief is why the organizer of this workshop has chosen balancing and ethics patriotism, the obligation of journalists to their country as the workshop overarching theme. This should provide the overall context for interrogating other sub-themes of the workshop as earlier referenced. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I fully identify with what you have gathered here to do today if the outcomes conduce or improve the national development of our country. I wish you a very fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Prince Adeyemi Adeniran. Thank you so very much. We truly appreciate your kind thoughts and your insightful presentation that you have delivered to us today. I would like to ask Mr. Niyi Fatogun to similarly come on stage. Mr. Niyi Fatogun to similarly come on stage. And just, but please, could you make it very brief, sir? If you're speaking off the cuff, maybe like a minute or two. Thank you very much, sir. He's also going to give us the goodwill message from the second honorable minister that is here in the house today. Thank you very much, Mr. Fatogun.
Thank you very much. Representative of the Honorable Minister of State, Finance, Budget and National Planning, convener of the workshop, Mr. John Mayaki, all protocols duly observed. My name is Niyi Fatogun, Special Advisor to the Honorable Minister of State, Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, SAN. He had wanted to come, but an extraordinary fake meeting was called today. He extends his apology. As we all know, my principal is not a pushover in the field of communications. He was going to speak extempore, so I really don't have a speech, but I sat down with him to get one or two things he will have loved to convey to you, and I'm going to try as much as possible to replicate what he thinks. First and foremost, I would like to commend Mr. John Mayaki for organizing this workshop. Indeed, it is timely and speaks to his patriotism. Social media has come to stay, and all in all, it is a very good thing. Gone are the days when you have to know editors or be at their mercy to get your views out there. Where editors decide what story to get out to the citizens and which ones shouldn't be out there. Today, anyone can get his or her views out uncensored through social media. This is a very good thing, and I believe it is good for mankind and societies. However, we all know that it comes with its own problems, like most things. The power for every individual to be able to express oneself uncensored means we will have the good, the bad, and the ugly out there. We must make sure we don't kill the good because of the bad and the ugly. So the task is to support the good and mitigate against the bad and the ugly. Fake news obviously belongs to the bad and the ugly. In those days, it was very easy to hold people accountable for fake news. Media houses had professionals who were very responsible. They will not let fake news or news capable of destroying the fabric of the nation pass through them. So we had gatekeepers, more or less. Today, with the social media platform, the gatekeepers have become more or less sidelined or irrelevant. So what do we do to mitigate against the bad and ugly, which is the fake news? First and foremost, social media platform must be able to identify account holders, implement an equivalent of what the bank calls a KYC. To kill fake news, it is important to start by killing fake accounts. So it is important that all platforms are able to identify their subscribers. Secondly, we must make a law that criminalizes fake news that is capable of destroying the fabric of a nation or treasonable. Only fake news that is capable of destroying the fabric of a nation. Very important. Those forwarding and retweeting must also be somehow held reliable. For instance, we can imagine someone putting fake news out there that one ethnic group is killing another in somewhere in Sangwota or somewhere in a part of Nigeria. We can imagine what will happen in the enclave or the other ethnic group in reality when they hear that. They could actually start killing really. So such should not be tolerated. I believe if we can do this, we may be able to partially restore the gatekeeping or the gatekeeper or some form of gatekeeping. I want to commend again the organizer for putting the workshop together. I wish you a fruitful and successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fatogun. We're really grateful for your kind words. Thank you very much. Please, I want to encourage as many persons in the hall. Don't just pass through the front of the hall, please. We have arranged the hall such that the end of this room, you can pass through there. So we can minimize the distraction as much as possible. Please. Please. I don't want anybody passing through this very front row. Please. Thank you very much. I think the third person that is coming to give us a goodwill message is Colonel himself. Colonel is not just a military officer. He's also an academician. He has a PhD. He hasn't stopped. He may have retired, but he's not tired. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion and for your kind words.
You know, the challenge of a very elaborate introduction is whether I will be able to fit the bill. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me stand on existing protocol and to thank the organizers for this wonderful initiative. It is quite timely, and I believe that we'll be able to take away lots and lots of lessons emanating from what is happening to us today. When I got this invitation, my military instinct went straight into full antenna to see that, hey, how can a military person begin to talk about, the media? But I want to draw your attention to the fact that there are a lot of similarities going on between what the current armed forces across the whole world is fighting and what the media is fighting. They call it asymmetry. Asymmetry. Asymmetry is a huge challenge. And what does it mean? Here on one side is the institutionalized media, just like you have the institutionalized military. But alongside of it, due to technology, there is another set that are not controlled, that are not accountable, that can completely be anonymous and you cannot pin down. That is asymmetry. So we have two aspects now confronting the media. Asymmetry of the media. One side, like you all here, are actually doing exactly the institutionalized form of journalism, truth-seeking, fact-checking, and all that. What about the asymmetry? What about the underground media, the social media? They are not accountable to anything. And as a matter of fact, the technology has aided them. You can't even identify them. All they need is to use algorithm and then press, and millions of people will actually access it. And most importantly, they can also be foreign-based. And when they are foreign-based, you have a huge challenge of how we can control all this. And these are the challenges that we face, and I believe that all of us living in Nigeria have seen how fake news has actually interfered in our democracy, in our way of life, and all that. So I look forward to a robust discussion and look forward to great lessons to learn from the experts we brought together so that at the end of the day, we are able to go home with much benefit. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Colonel. We're grateful to you, not just for your attendance, but also for sharing these insightful thoughts with us. Thank you very much. As we were continuing the program, some of our speakers and resource persons walked into the hall, and I would like to recognize a few of them at this time. Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, Professor of Communications, Deputy Dean of the Postgraduate School, Based University, Abuja. Please, could you be on your feet, sir? Please, could you just hold it a little bit, sir? Please, could you be on your feet a little bit? Thank you so much, sir. Please, just hold it, sir. Wherever, anytime Prof is invited to speak, he honors the occasion. Thank you specially much. I've met you in the last 6 months. I've met you in 4 events. And you always come out and you always share your thoughts with us. Thank you very much for that, sir. Please, let's have your seat. One of our big brothers is in the house, Mr. Kingsley Osadolo. Is the anchor of Good Morning Nigeria, NTA News Network. But it's not just that alone. Or he was not just that alone. He also used to be, I think, the chairman of the editorial board of The Guardian at some. Yes. And then at some point also one of the commissioners in Edo State. Sir. He's going to be presenting his paper and I'll be calling him forward in a short while. Dr. Bodi Ajose is going to be speaking on there. Oh, thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. One of the first persons to arrive in the hall. One of the first persons to arrive in the hall, one of our speakers, Mrs. Fola Shade Urimolade. Please, could you be on your feet? I understand that the mandate secretary for social services development of the FCT is here. Social development is here. Hajia. Yes. Yes, Hajia Hadiza Mohammed Kabir, the mandate secretary, social development secretariat, FCT. You know, the FCT is a state, the FCT is also a federal ministry. But if you hear about the secretary of the social development, secretary of finance, secretary of agriculture, those are the equivalents of state commissioners. So this woman that is right here in our midst is the commissioner equivalent of social development in the FCT. Thank you very much, madam, for coming. We appreciate your time. Let me introduce Mr. Ademuyuwa Ademola Taufik. If you're in the house, the DG of ABAT, the DG of ABAT Media Center. I think that's the President-elect's Media Center. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu Media Center. If you're in the house, please, could you be on your feet? Oh, thank you very much. That's him over there in that flank. Thank you all very much. I think we are making good progress. Let me introduce Mr. David Akoji. Did I get the surname well? Very good. I introduced you earlier on, the Director Special Duties and States Operation of NOA. Thank you very much for coming. Let me introduce Malam. Okay, Ali, I've introduced you earlier on. Thank you very much for coming as well. For the guest presentation section of this program, we have invited 4 speakers. I've seen some of them here. Honorable Osadolo is already in the hall. I'm going to ask him if he could kindly take up one of these seats on the high table. I'm going to ask all the 4 presenters to be on the high table to make it easy for them to just quickly come down, take the podium, and speak from the podium. So I'm going to ask if Honorable Osadolo can take please, if you could take the centrally seat for now, and then the others that I'm inviting to join you, they will flank you. As it's going, please let me also introduce and ask Khalifa Mohammed Binu Yahya, if he's in the house. Please, as you go up the stage, just flank Honorable Osadolo to make it easier when we are now calling you one after the other to come down to the podium and make your presentation. Thank you very much. Dr. Bodi Ajose, if you're in the house, madam, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over here, please. Over here, please. And then finally, Mr. Ademuyuwa Ademola. Mr. Ademuyuwa Ademola, if you're in the house. Yes, Mr. Ademuyuwa Ademola, if you're in the house, please kindly come up to the stage as well. I think over here. Madam, I think over there. Thank you very much. It's okay. Thank you very much. Also in our midst, there is Mr. Dada Olusegun. He's a prominent digital communication strategist. He's a powerful youth advocate. But also, and this is notable, he's one of the aides of the President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If you're in the house, please, could you be on your feet? Let's recognize you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. We are going to, over the next 40 minutes, have these special guest presentations from these 4 gentlemen and 3 gentlemen and a lady that are seated on the high table. Because it's a joint presentation, I would like to allocate about maybe 7 minutes, 8 minutes to each of them. So that at the end of your presentations collectively, we can then have an interactive session where we can open the discussions further to members of the public. They can raise 1 or 2 issues, maybe ask 1 or 2 questions. I think we are going to start with Dr. Bodi Ajose. You have 7 minutes to go. I'll be counting, but I won't embarrass you.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Minister and all the distinguished guests here, and then to the participants, and most importantly, thank you for having me. My assignment today is to talk about the role of journalism in promoting patriotism and national identity in Nigeria. Well, I think I assumed that I was going to talk like a proper lecturer and have my slides, but I think it's another flow. My first point of my presentation, I wanted everyone to have like a mental picture of something nice they have heard, either from a story or from a news, that made you feel like a Nigerian, made you feel proud about the nation. And it's deliberate. I want you to keep that thought in your mind. And then sometime during our interactive section, you can share the thoughts, with the person close to you. The main aim of what I want to speak about is we are all journalists. Because who's a journalist? A journalist is a good communicator. A journalist is someone who is critical. A journalist is someone who analyzes a story or an information that is brought to them. And I feel very passionate about this topic because I'm worried about how we disseminate information. It's not just from our, professionals who are journalists. A lot of us don't even take our time to even analyze what is sent to us. And I think it's on us as citizens to always portray the nation first. And I believe that that's what our journalists should do. They must always put the nation first as heart and the citizen second. So whatever news it is that you're trying to, analyze, you must first be objective, unbiased, de-ethnicized. You cannot take, you cannot, because of a party, reduce your integrity. I call it the brown envelope syndrome. Because you want to please a particular person. I feel and I believe that journalists must, in everything they do, show a high level of patriotism for their nation. I'll just give, a few, just an example. I have a lot of examples, but let me just share this one. During the NSAS, it was a good time. It was something that happened in the nation, and then we had one voice. Nobody was thinking about whether there was this. There was an information that was shared out. Yes, the media helped to also propagate it, and they brought out a goal. The goal is, a set of persons, the young persons are saying they are having issues with an institution. And yes, it was good, but the end result did it achieve the objective of whatever it is that wanted to be done? And I believe that that is what our journalists must do, must always maintain the narrative, maintain the objective of that truth that you want to share. You must take it to the end. You must ensure that those things that form your information is what you're selling to the end. And there are a few points I also jotted down. The role of journalism promoting, I said you must be an objective reporter in your information to the public. And you know, the journalists, you're the first call of how you sell the nation. I realized that, you know, we have this jackpot syndrome, and sometimes when you ask people why you travel, they say, oh, the nation is not good, Nigeria is having issues. Nigeria is having issues. Why is Nigeria having issues? Why would you just take a narrative and believe it? Have you even sat back to even understand? And you know, I realized that our media likes to portray the negativity above the good. And that's why I said, think of something good you've heard that shows that you are proud of being a Nigerian. If, peradventure, all of us become channels of spreading good news, we'll find out that it starts with you, it goes to another person. Not that when someone shares news with you, you tilt it. Oh, I said it's black. You now say it's navy blue. Then it moves to red. No. Charity starts at home. And all of us here are representative of our nation. And we must continually ensure that whatever it is what we even read, let's take our time. Maybe because I'm an academia, I will take our time to always read. I will not just forward something I just see. You know, I think we should also pay attention to that and ensure that we are also good carriers of disseminating truthful information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. I want to call on Barrister Osadolo at this time to also share his thoughts with us.
All right. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, and also the convener of this workshop. The more I've looked at Prince John Mayaki this morning, the more I'm reminded of a saying in our place, which is Edo State. Namely, I will say it in Edo language and then attempt a translation. That is to say, the head with which you used to run errands as a young person doesn't mean that you cannot grow to become an important person in society. John Mayaki was one of the serious-minded reporters in Edo State when I was Commissioner for Information. At the time, he was reporting for the Nation newspaper. And the various interactions I had with him stood him out clearly as the kind of focus that he had. And of course, after our tenure, he also had the benefit of serving a subsequent administration in the state. So I congratulate you on what you have put together and the ideas that you are seeking to articulate from a workshop of this nature. But because of time limitation, I'll go straight to the subject matter, which is on patriotic journalism in the digital age. And the first is to acknowledge that indeed patriotism and journalism can be in tension. In other words, they can be contradictory of each other. But why patriotism in the first instance? The foundation for patriotism is gregariousness, namely our instincts as human beings, or in the animal kingdom, the fact that we love to belong to groups. And when you have a group, the instinct of loyalty also kicks in. And when you have loyalty, you also ensure that the group to which you belong continues to survive and to thrive. But in doing this, there are two distinctions to also bear in mind. One, patriotism isn't the same as nationalism. A number of scholars have pointed out that nationalism tends more towards power grab, the acquisition of power, which is why you will find media references to separatist agitators as nationalists. But patriotism ensures that the group to which you belong, a group, of course, which will then make up a nation, or groups of nations, continue to survive and to thrive and to improve on the basis of the ideas upon which the group or the country has been founded. The two things, again, blind patriotism and constructive patriotism. Blind patriotism admits of no criticism of the group or of the country. Constructive patriotism recognizes that there are issues with the group, and those issues have to be brought up to ensure that they are resolved, again, for the group to thrive and to survive in the Committee of Nations. Our Constitution recognizes that patriotism is one of the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy. So you take a look at it in Chapter 2, and you will find that one of the national ethics to be pursued is patriotism. But how do you expect the media to also be patriotic when the same Constitution also mandates the media to hold the government of the day accountable? In doing this, the media can, of course, only be constructive rather than pursuing the line or adopting the attitude of blind patriotism. But it's also recognized worldwide as a media practice that the habits that we take into the field of practice, namely one of neutrality, and I'm tempted to say objectivity, but we call it subjective objectivity in pushing out your stories, that this neutrality and objectivity can be impacted in some very well-known circumstances. When a country is at war, for instance, a country is undergoing severe crisis or is in conflict or has witnessed terrible tragedy. Journalists on those occasions or in those circumstances end up, as it were, being called upon to become patriots, to enable the group to which they belong, in this case, the country, to overcome that crisis, that conflict, and then to triumph in the war that it is waging. In recent years, we have seen what the country has been going through, particularly in the Northeast, and these days, of course, in the Northwest. We have also seen what happened in the Niger Delta region and also currently in the Southeast. What does patriotic journalism entail? It means a sublimation of those very well-known attributes of neutrality and objectivity. It doesn't mean the creation of fiction. It means the advancement of the national cause, of the national interest, so that where there's a raging fire, you do not now come with your reports to pour petrol on the fire. It also means that those who are seeking to put out the fire should be encouraged rather than vilified in the course of what they are doing. I'm sure that some of us have been embarrassed by some of the reportages that we have seen with regard to the war on terror. We have men and women, officers and men who are laying down their lives so that you and I can be in the comfort of this hotel to hold this workshop. What is our responsibility to them as they are on the field? Is the responsibility to demoralize the troops? Is the responsibility to publish and then, of course, be damned in terms of their strategies, in terms of their combat readiness, in terms of their approaches to dealing with the enemy? There was a publication some years ago that dealt with operational issues, and I'm sure we're all embarrassed by that, to say, look, you don't reveal operational details before those operations indeed do take place. So those are the circumstances under which you can kick in the issue of being a patriot and at the same time being a journalist, and therefore patriotic journalism. But we have to be careful. There are limitations. One, and this is particularly for a society that has very well recognized fault lines: ethnicity and religion. You can be an ethnic patriot. You can also be a religious patriot. But in a society like ours, is that a kind of toga you should put on as a journalist? If that is likely to inflame passions, because these are highly incendiary issues, religion and ethnicity, The advice, of course, is to avoid it. Another point to also bring out, and this is a very salient one, and incidentally, the first speaker touched on this briefly. In recent decades, unfortunately, Nigerians have been led to believe the worst about themselves and about their country. We tend to assume that this is the worst place on earth. Regrettably, both the traditional media and the new media are contributory to this attitude of our believing the very worst about ourselves. The kind of stories that we put out, negative, negative, negative stories. Watch out. When one fringe international organization issues a report about the world, what you will find that we are struggling to publish is what is contained in that report, indicating how low we are now ranking in the Committee of Nations. At all material times. That is always the case. The NBS Solicitor General is here. They issue their periodic reports. Embedded in those reports are data indicating, well, sometimes the bad, but mostly also the good. But watch out in our media. What we do get to see are reports or data validating the negative about us rather than the positive. Where is our attention focus? I think it is patriotic for us to shun, to dull that echo chamber of negativism in our journalism practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Those are quite insightful thoughts, and some persons have already whispered to me they will require a copy of your presentation. I can see that I think you put it together as a paper. Yes, we don't mind, sir. We'll take it off. One of the officials in our secretariat will just find a way to come quietly to you when you are back to your seat, and they will get a copy and reproduce and give you the original. I will keep some copies of it. Thank you very much. Khalifa, you said you are going next. Please make it like 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Thank you very much. Khalifa will speak to us about combating fake news, the challenges facing press freedom in the digital age. Thank you, Khalifa.
All right, thank you very much, MC, for a very good job. First and first, permit me to stand on existing, or to sit on existing protocols. All right, permit me to sit on already established protocols. First and first, I would like to say a very big thank you to the organizers of this very beautiful event. This coalition honestly deserves a round of applause. Can we all give them a round of applause? The reason is very simple. Most of us that are critical stakeholders, especially in the just concluded elections, whether you were on the field, whether you were at the situation rooms, will believe me that this election witnessed a lot of fake news. A lot of fake news that is capable of throwing this country into anarchy. But alhamdulillah, Nigeria is actually a very beautiful country. And I will say this and say it every time, that God Almighty loves Nigeria. Because with everything that happens in this country, honestly, in other places, it wouldn't be the same. So it is commendable that we're having this discussion at this very point. It's very, very important. And walking into this room, I must say that it actually feels like home. I have a lot of my family members that I can see from here. A lot of progressives in the room, especially from the Abbott Media Center. So it feels like home. My job, even though I was given 6 minutes, is actually very easy. And just like our sister who spoke before me, I actually came with some slides. But then, of course, time will not permit. I guess I'm going to share the slides when I'm done. So when we talk about the issue of combating fake news, I think it's very important to start with understanding what fake news is and why it is important for us to fight fake news head on. From the word fake, it tells you that it is untrue. It tells you that it is not authentic. And then on top of it, when we deal with fake news, it has, some level of dubiousness in it, and then it has the capacity to lead, the public or to lead the people astray. There's always something negative attached to fake news. In fact, I was listening to one of the scholars. He was saying that he doesn't even want it to be called fake news, because as far as he's concerned, when we talk about news, we are talking about facts as they happen. So it should not even be termed as news. But of course, there are certain terminologies that we use for proper understanding. So for the purpose of today's workshop, we are going to still go ahead with fake news. So we understand that it is unauthentic. We understand that it is a malicious publication. And we understand that it has a lot of implications. During the election, I belonged to one part. I supported a different political party, and I had friends who supported a different political party. I remember there was a publication that was made, a fake news that was passed. It was all over Twitter, and it was purported to be from the United Nations, or I think it was from European Union. And then there was a disclaimer later that came out to say that it was fake news. I checked my WhatsApp status, and then I saw one of my friends who shared it. And then in order to reply, I just sent the disclaimer that was made by the European Union saying that it is fake news. She said it doesn't matter whether it is fake or not. Whatever it is that was there represents their feelings as Nigerians. And I said, we're actually in for a very, very big trouble. This is actually a very big trouble. When we become too emotional about things like this, then of course we have a lot of problems. Let's look at the negative effect of fake news. Number one, and very recently we saw what happened. On different pages of social media, we saw that there was some level of electoral violence that took place in some parts of the country. And the reason was simple. People get up at the comfort of their rooms and decide to cook. By the way, congratulations to Hilda, because I'm talking about cooking. A round of applause to her. She's actually making history, and it's really commendable, that Nigerians from different parts, rooting for Hilda. It shows that as Nigerians, we love one another. We genuinely love one another. Even when you look at the composition of this gathering, you know that we are a people that love ourselves. But one of the reasons why we are divided is fake news. Fake news. People who have evil agenda against the country, people who have evil agenda against the existence of this country, both nationally and internationally, that want to ensure that we fight ourselves, sit down at the comfort of their rooms, and then disseminate untrue information, fake news, and then we fight ourselves. So one of the problems that we encounter, of course, is electoral violence. Already, even without, this is my introduction, but our MC is already signifying that it's almost time. But then very quickly, because of course, as from my own background as a lawyer, I think it's very, very important. If we are going to combat fake news, then we need regulations. And I think one of the major problems we've always had, when we talk about press freedom and we talk about fake news, is because the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is our ground norm, has unequivocally made a provision in Chapter 4. We all have freedom of expression. And then when we talk about regulation, because I remember in 2021, a lot of civil society organizations came out to say that they do not believe in regulating social media because they believe that it's going to be an infringement of the fundamental rights of citizens. However, even when we look at the provision of Section 45, it makes it very clear that the provision, because it's clear, it's right law that your own fundamental right stops where the right of another person begins. So it is not limitless. Just because you have the freedom of expression does not in any way mean that you're going to disseminate information that is untrue. It does not mean that you are going to disseminate information that threatens national security. And it's very, very important that we have such regulations. Another way that we can combat fake news is proper education. There are certain news that I see, even with everything that is happening about the ongoing case in court. People see a lot of things that lawyers are going to come from heaven, are going to do this. It's a lot of fake news. But of course, most of our people are not educated. I even saw a lot of news that INEC has done this, has done that in court. So a lot of people are uneducated. A lot of people do not really understand these things. So it's very, very important that people are properly educated, and also conventions are also very important. All nations should sign a pact, that restricts citizens from sitting at the comfort of their bedrooms and then posting whatever it is that they like. And then finally, due to time, of course, this is not up to 1/3 of what I came prepared to say, but nevertheless, I would like to say this. Elections have come and are over. Every person, every party, every individual that is aggrieved knows the right thing to do, which is approaching the court as the last hope of the common man. There can only be a new Nigeria where there is Nigeria. If we don't have Nigeria, we can never have a new Nigeria. People that are bent on destabilizing the peace and unity of this country should know that Nigerians are wiser. We love ourselves. I am a Hausa man. I love the Igbo people. I love the Yoruba people. I love all ethnic groups in Nigeria. And we want Nigeria to move forward. So let us all come together. Let us fight fake news. It does not matter who is posting that news. If it is fake, it is fake. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Khalifa Mohammed Binu Yaya. Thank you very much. Please, we'll still have access to your presentation. We'll get it at the Secretariat and put it together and make it part of our entire report. Thank you very much for that. I think our last speaker is our last presenter, Ade, I have his name, yes, Ademuyiwa Adebola, the DG of the ABAT Media Center. Please make it about 6 minutes or thereabout, after which we will open the floor for some interactions based on the beautiful and insightful things that we have heard from the high table this morning. Thank you very much, Ademuyiwa.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to, just like my brother, Khalifa, sit on the existing protocol and also appreciate the presence of my mentor, my elder brother, and a boss, Dada Olusegun, for being here today. Some of us are here as young progressives speaking to this kind of audience, speaking to honorable ministers because of your able leadership, both as a comrade, a progressive, and also a boss in the media sphere. Thank you so much for the opportunity always. I'm going to speak into the topic, ethics without editor, responsible usage of social media. I'm going to try as much as possible to use some real life stories that has happened to my friends and people around me to explain how responsible we could be or we should be using social media. First of all, I would like to tell you, why not pause before you post and share? So a friend of someone I know posted something on Twitter some years back, and it happens to be the picture of his daughter. And the upper part of the daughter's picture was exposing some sensitive parts of her body. Immediately, a friend of his commented and said, "Bro, delete this thing. This particular place they show." And instead of deleting the picture, he ran straight to the guy's house and he punched him. And because of the fact that the internet never forgets, you must also be very careful of what you share on the internet. Because he wanted to justify the actions, he actually came online again to explain himself why he punched his friend. By doing that, he also explained that he was molested when he was young by a woman, whom of course is family or was family. So, speaking to digital footprint, Linda Ikeji and all of those gossip blogs, which of course they take pride in calling themselves journalists today, which I beg to disagree, they are not journalists. They took the thread, put it online, and we started begging them to bring it down. Why? Because it caused a lot of damage in the family. Because they felt like a family that they were supposed to iron issues out internally. Till today, those stories that we are not proud of sharing are online there. So you must know that internet never forgets. So before you share, before you post, pause. Look at the implications and ask yourself, in 30 years' time, would I be proud of saying this thing? Thank you. Also, I also want you to look at it this way. Why not keep your private life private? Why not keep your private life private? For two reasons. You might actually be giving those people that they call themselves journalists today violence to post about. Because the social media today, and for those of us that are very active on Twitter, we agree with me that the social media, especially Twitter, thrives on violence, controversies, insults, clapbacks, trolls, and whatnot. So if you keep your private life private, you would not give them reasons to blog about you. And also, if you keep your private life private, you won't have to fight issues of depression. Because sometimes when we post stuff, people laugh at us, then you'll be like, so I'm the worst of mankind. Why did I share the story? So before you post, before you share, and this also goes to our parents, we need to know that some platforms are designed as end-to-end platforms. You cannot stop people from sharing, but you can stop yourself from being the purveyor of that fake news, especially WhatsApp. Our parents, our elder brothers, our uncles, they just forward as they receive them. So do not be that uncle in 10 years' time. Do not be that grandpa in 20 years' time that will just forward as they receive. I also want us to also look at social media usage this way. Don't ever say that you're an influencer. Don't look at yourself like an influencer. It's when you look at yourself like an influencer, you are on the streets and an accident happens, and the first thing you do is to take out your mobile phones and start recording. Just because you want to post it on social media and get a lot of retweets, likes, and comments. Don't look at yourself as an influencer. See yourself as a human being that has blood running through their veins. And of course, we do the right thing at the right time. Now, another thing we can do is to use the think model before posting on social media. And by the think model that some of us are familiar with, it means truth. If you say the truth, you can never go wrong, right? But a special case that I want to share with you is the case of a certain Chude on Twitter who shared something misinforming, misleading, and also fake. And right about now, is in soup for sharing fake news. So truth, think of it, is it the truth before I share it? And will it help? Will it help if I share this thing because I'm a professional in this field? Will it help people to gain more knowledge about this particular sector? If it's not going to help, don't post it. If it's going to lead to people to depression, people to think low of themselves, don't share it. If you know a lot of your followers are from a particular niche or sector where people are struggling, you need to know that there are some certain things you don't post so that you don't make people fall into depression. Inspire. We need to inspire people to do better than you. Then people say don't share stuff when you are rich and you want to give out or reach out to the needy. I can tell you that it is very, very good that you share when you are doing good stuff so that you can inspire people. So if it doesn't inspire people, if it's also going to cause trouble, instead of inspiring people, please don't post it, because you are not going to have the second opportunity to edit it. So is it necessary?
If you see something and, of course, you don't need to share it, why should you? If this is not necessary, do not share it. And is it kind? Is it going to bring joy? Is it going to make people who are down feel that there's still hope? So if it's not going to do all of those things, do not post it. And of course, before you post, understand the cyber laws of that country. For some of us, we are used to the laws of the land, especially the aspect of cyber laws in Nigeria. If you find yourself in US, India tomorrow, before you start using social media, before you start sharing, understand their cyber laws. Sometimes you are not in trouble until you post it. A special case of Zuma of West Ham, for those of us who watch football, if that video of him eating his cat didn't surface on the internet, I'm not sure he's going to be in trouble today. And it's not just social media. Some people lose their jobs. People fall into depression. People don't get visas to some countries because of what they post every day. So I want you to also know that it is not just social media. People are watching you. And I also want to tell you a story to end this, my compare. I just enrolled into a particular university, and lo and behold, the lecturer that was taking me my major course, which is cybersecurity, is somebody that has always been of the second opinion whenever I have an opinion about something. If I'm in APC, he's in PDP. If I'm talking about support for Nigerian Army, it's the other way around for him. So because I've always engaged him maturely, I've always engaged him just like a Yoruba man will engage an elder. When I met him and I saw him that he's going to be my lecturer, I said, Mr. A, this is you. And he said, oh, I know you too. We've been engaging on different issues in the past. Then it now occurred to me that if I had been rude to him, if I had insulted him, if I had made him feel like I do not have respect for elders, I'm sure he was going to do things to me that I wouldn't even be able to quantify. So before you post that thing, before you share, remember digital footprint that social media doesn't forget, internet doesn't forget. Remember to be kind. Remember that you cannot edit it. Remember that in 30 years' time, you might have to ask yourself, why did I do this? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, Ademuyiwa. Each of these presenters, I'm very sure if you give them 1 hour, they will speak and engage us and keep everybody, rooted on their seats. Thank you all very much for this. We appreciate it. I want to ask Andrew Abu, who's already on stage, is the one that is on this side of the stage, to just basically do a quick summary, just a few seconds, and then open up the stage for us to take some interactions. And the interactions, we would want to say maybe 2 or 3 max, just because of time, Thank you very much, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. So something happened, while I walked in, and I think it's one of the disadvantages of coming to an event late. I was told I was going to be on a panel, and I walked in. Unfortunately, the guy that walked me in didn't tell me it wasn't my panel session, and I walked straight to the stage. But, well, I'm here, and I have to say something. So while all the speakers were talking, I quickly looked up a Wikipedia definition for patriotism. Of course, everybody knows what ethics is. When it comes to ethics, the balancing of ethics, patriotism as regarding journalism. I'll just quickly read this out. And patriotism is the feeling of love, devotion, and sense of attachment to one's country. This attachment can be a combination of many different feelings, language relating to one's own homeland, including ethnic, cultural, political, and historical aspect. Now, from what everybody have said, the summary of everything is the fact that in all that we do as people in the society, you must observe ethics, and you must also be patriotic. Over the years, we have lost a lot of ground when it comes to patriotism in Nigeria. Unfortunately, almost everybody somewhat is a journalist in their own comfort zone with the introduction of social media. And it is, I don't know if we can say it is, the positive side of it is higher than the negative side of it. That is for all of us here to think about. But one thing I know is fake news from social media, because unfortunately the social media travels faster than the mainstream media. As a matter of fact, I think the mainstream media is playing catch up, with the social media guys, and that was very evident in Trump and the mainstream media, CNN, and all the people he was fighting. They were playing catch up. I mean, he was just tweeting from his phones, and they were just running helter skelter and all. Above everything, I think the kind of negative news about Nigeria is largely from us Nigerians, and I dare to say that a lot of times there are Nigerians that are out of this country. The people that have discarded this country and have called these countries all sorts of names and have left the shores of this country. They are the ones that are the purveyors of fake news and are very unpatriotic. Now, the beauty of what is going to happen is we have an incoming government, and what we are going to take as a primary responsibility is to see how the incoming government is going to allow everybody have that sense of patriotism and have that ethics in doing everything that you do, and it has to reflect in your societal involvement in everything that you do. So Nigeria must come first, and we have to grow together, be one Nigeria, and take this nation to a greater height by posting all the positive things that this country has. And I'm happy that he mentioned, we just had one of our own broke a world record on cooking. It's something to talk about. I mean, it should be the trend. Let's dwell more on positive things about this country. This country is a great country, and we love and we're happy to be Nigerians. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrew, for that short summary. I want to tweak the program a little bit. Let me quickly introduce. He walked in. I think he had sent somebody ahead, and then he walked in himself just a short while ago. The presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party in the most recently conducted Nigerian General Elections 2023, Prince Adewale Adebayo. Please, could you be on your feet? Let's recognize you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to ask you to give us like a minute to come to the stage. Just, I will indicate to you to also share your goodwill remarks with us. But at this time, I will ask our host. Anybody from the FCT administration is our host, because physically we all live here in the FCT. The mandate secretary for social development has been here with us. Madam, I know you have a prepared speech, but please, if you could make it a very, very swift one. Please, could you kindly take the stage? Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. Hajia Hadiza Mohammed Kabir. She's the Secretary Social Development Secretariat of the FCT. Thank you, madam.
The representative of the Honorable Minister of State, Budget and Planning, Prince Adeyeye Ademiron. I hope I pronounced it well. The representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Mr. Ni Fadogun. SA to the President-elect, Mr. Shegun Dada. The convener and country director of CGGEJA, Prince John Mayaki. Other distinguished guests and speakers here present, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure to be in the midst of great personalities of this all-important media workshop, where balancing ethics and patriotism vis-a-vis the duties and obligations of journalists to their nation and the principle of professional practices and espoused. The choice of the topic for discourse, balancing ethics and patriotism, the obligations of the journalists to their country, is so apt, timely, and couldn't have come at a better time than now, knowing that we are at a threshold in our political history. The practice of journalism, being the fourth estate of the realm, is too important to be neglected by any nation, political party, or politician. They are not only set agenda for discourse, they engage critical stakeholders in governance and ensure that government is held accountable for his actions and inactions in relation to promises made towards the delivery of democratic dividend to the governed. In achieving above objectives and many more, the journalist must rely on constitutionally guaranteed freedoms in a democratic atmosphere that encourages criticism, transparency, and accountability, which the current administration of President Muhammad Buhari has continued to allow seamlessly. However, such freedom must come with responsibility. Responsibility in this instance cannot upholding the profession's ethical obligations, engendering peace and stability, promoting patriotism, and exercising some modicum of self-restraint during reporting for the purpose of national unity and cohesion. We as politicians know and recognize the roles, influence, and reach of the media. Hence, we do our best to ensure that we are not only partner with them, we involve them in every step of policy formulation and privileged to witness the process of decision making, especially at MDAs and SDAs of government and administration. Distinguished guests, permit me to state unequivocally the media guiding principles. Obligation and their ethos include being factual, accurate, unbiased, and truthful. They must act independently without special interests to any group or individual. The obligation to balance stories and reportage, the ability to fact-check any news item before reporting, airing, circulating, or sharing same patriotism, but above all, consideration for unity, national interest, and cohesion is paramount to the call of duty. Practicing your profession in such a manner that will not cause harm, social unrest, put the government in bad light to its citizens, but rather protect the nation and integrity are paramount and remains the hallmark of every journalism that knows his onions as its way. Today, I must say that the exalted field of journalism is on trial as the gate has been thrown open to accommodate any comer to engage in all important business of news and information management, thus lowering the standards and accuracy of information being conned out for public consumption. My question now is, can the journalism profession still be trusted to self-regulate even in the face of accelerated erosion of the powers of its famed gatekeepers? Where then is the place of the fundamental principles of journalism? Where is objectivity, fairness, accuracy, balance, fact-checking, news item before being gone out? Where is patriotism and normal interests? I'm an advocate of developmental journalism, where the journalist, in the course of being ethical, also has to be patriotic by reporting the various developmental strides of the government of the day. They must advance, educate, and inform the society of those policies that are being gone and out and its attendant benefits to them. They must not always be on the other side of the divide just to criticize the government, as no government is totally bad. Patriotism demands that we seek to act and comfort ourselves in such manners as to build and defend our nation and its territorial integrity at all times. Journalists, as citizens, must ply their trade to the advancement of the country's well-being. Criticism must and have to be constructive and not destructive. You must learn from the Western media that will never do what will jeopardize the cohesion and survival of the corporate existence of their country. Nigeria is our country, and Nigeria should come first. To me, patriotism should be the watchword while applying the ethics of your profession. I agree that you must take to task political officers holders so as to ensure good governance and evidence of democracy to get to the grassroots. As the fourth estate of the realm, you are part of the drivers of the national progressive ideas, part of those that should mobilize and ensure that good policies see the light of the day, not otherwise. As you deliberate and brainstorm today, make it a duty to be champions of progress and advancements. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Even though I'm anchoring this program, but I'm not doing it alone. On my right is Mrs. Georgina Humphrey. She's one of our moderators. Please, let's put our hands quickly for her. Thank you very much. And then on my left is Ms. Feintola da Silva. Yes, thank you very much. These are the two people that are flanking me to do this job. We are grateful to you for your time. Thank you very much. Please have your seats. I want to call on Prince Ademola Adebayo. Sorry. Prince Adeni Adebayo. Please come to the stage, sir, to offer us just your goodwill message. Prince Adewale Adebayo. I've almost murdered your name. I'm sorry about that. Your goodwill message just for a minute or two. Thank you very much. You can't just come into this hall and we wouldn't hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've managed to call the name of all my bad cousins that I've not spoken to for a long time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Nigerians. I'm grateful that I've been invited to this forum to be part of it and to say a few words. It's one of the many useful avenues by which we Nigerians preach to one another, because it's a natural pastime of Nigerians that we preach to one another from time to time. What I can say, generally speaking, is that we are a republic. And in terms of politics, a republic is like a company full of shareholders. This country is not owned by any family or entity. It's owned by every citizen. And apart from the fact that we have duties as citizens, if you go and look at the Constitution, you will see that the citizen has duties under Section 24 in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. Also, we pick different roles to play in the Republic. And some will play the role of the fourth estate of the realm. They will be in the media. That is also a quasi branch of our government.
And if we're looking at that, the duty of the press, and by use of the press, I will use a very generous definition. The press includes radio, TV, newspapers, and all of that, and also now includes the social media. So whether the people operating there are professional journalists or not, the impact of this is that they disseminate information, some of which can be injurious, some of which can be useful. So we must agree that they are part of the press. A town crier in the village is also part of the media, because if he goes around the town and says the king is dead, the king is dead, and the king is not dead. So you cannot say, well, why did you listen to him? So the issue is this, that we have been guided by the Constitution. And I will say three things about the media. One, there are professional ethics that must guide the media. So when you mention ethics in today's topic, ethics of where? There is the human ethics, whether you are a journalist or not, to be humane, to be nice, and all of that. To be a good neighbor, to do unto others what you wanted to do unto you. That's ethics. You also have religious ethics. You also have professional ethics. So if you want to be a journalist, whether NUJ, Guild of Editors, anywhere, before they induct you as a member, they will give you the ethics of the profession. There is also national ethics for Nigeria, which is written in our Constitution, of what it means to be a Nigerian. You must have a person who believes in dignity of labor. You must believe in the dignity of the other person. You must be patriotic. You must believe in, have religious tolerance, and you must believe in the diversity of this country, which means that you must also believe in our motto, unity and faith, peace and progress. So if you have all of these equipped in you, and those are the things you teach in primary school or secondary school, by the time you become a journalist, they will guide you. Now, patriotism. Let me just conclude on patriotism. Patriotism is not a love of the government. Contrary to what people in government will do, I don't have a duty to love Buhari. I don't have a duty to love Oshibajo or Tinubu or Shetima or minister. But whatever disagreement I have with them, I have a duty to love my country. Therefore, I don't have a duty to love my political opponent, but I have a duty to love my country. So if we balance that, and you realize that if you are a shareholder in a company, and you disagree with another shareholder, you are not going to burn down the building of the company. If you contested to become the chairman of the company, and somebody else whom you even think is less worthy than you becomes the person who is chosen as the president or chairman of the company, you don't go and burn down the factory of the company. So if you balance that together, you will realize that love of your country does not mean you should not criticize bad acts. The same way our parents will flog us or discipline us doesn't mean they don't love us. So it means, therefore, that those in government might think patriotism means that if the minister steals money, you help him cover it. That's not true. But what it means is that you criticize the person, but you don't think that the government is hopeless, or you have a duty to mobilize against the government. You must always cooperate with the country. And I can tell you, I've been all over the world, I've lived in many countries. I am not sure there's any country as glorious and as wonderful and as promising as the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince Adebayo. I think you used to be a journalist. I don't know, whether officially or unofficially. I've kept the guest presenters on their seats because I was looking for a very good opportunity to get them to just come together at the center and have one or two photographs. If the paparazzi are ready, please quickly arrange yourself. I want them to just right where you are, sir. If you could just be on your feet, but come close together. Please come close together for a few photographs. And then as you come down from the stage in a few seconds afterwards, we'll then call the panelists to come up. Please make it close up. There's only one lady in this photograph, and I think somebody else should go over. Yes, I think Andrew should go over to the other side.
If you don't come and join them.
Oh, beautiful. I think our convener is also coming to join them. Maybe he can go to the other. He can go in between Dr. Ajose and Honorable Osadolo. He can go in between them. He can go in between them, yes. Thank you very much. I hope it's not fake news if we get this photograph on CNN and on Al Jazeera and on ABC. Thank you all very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them as they come down from the stage. Thank you all very much. I'll call my colleague, the moderator forward, Mrs. Georgina Humphrey. I'll call her to come and take the mic from my hand at this time. She's going to just do a short bio, read a short bio of all of the... Okay, she's just going to mention all of the panelists and invite them over to the high table, and we are going to go into the panel session. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I want to say a very big thank you to our guest presenter. Next on our program is a panel discussion. And on the list here, I have the aide to the president-elect, Dada Olusegun. Please, can you come up to the stage? Okay. Next on the list is Mrs. Folashade Orimolade. Please, can we give them a round of applause? I have Mr. Abu Andrew. You have to come back to the stage. I have Mrs. Amaka Ode-Walker from Arise TV. Please, let's share them all, please. Next on my list is Bennett Joshua Kingsley from Daily Independent. And the last but not the least, Adiza Zachary Usman. So this session will be marked by my colleague, Fitola Da Silva. So.
Thank you all very much. Before we hand over to Fayintola to moderate the session, I'm sure that some people, might need some introduction about the distinguished personalities we have on stage to conduct the panel discussion. So I'm just going to read a short bio of each and every one of them, so we're well aware of their expertise and their qualifications to have this conversation on stage. So I'll start with Dada Olusegun. He's a highly acclaimed digital communication strategist and a youth advocate. He's a strong pillar of youth engagement and mobilization in Nigeria. His record as a youth activist and agent for change dates back to his university years when he championed youth-led reforms and social advocacy, movements that gained widespread adoption and became positive reference points in peaceful organization and results-driven engagement, especially with power structures. He played a critical role in the last election, as in previous ones, as an influencer of thought and opinion through media and direct engagement, both online and also offline. Importantly too as well, he's one of the aides of the President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please, a round of applause for Dada Olusegun. Next, we have Andrew Abu, who is a seasoned political analyst and strategist. He has contributed significantly to Nigeria's democracy by provoking, curating, and participating in robust conversations focused on policy development, defense of human rights, and social justice. He is a credible youth advocate and an accomplished strategist who has guided and also informed successful private and public sector initiatives that expanded youth participation in governance and also instigated socio-economic growth and development. Please give it up for Mr. Andrew Abu, please. We also have Mrs. Folashade Orimolade, who is a veteran communication and media practitioner who presently serves as the Deputy Director of the News Department at the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. She is a powerful media agenda setter with up-to-date knowledge about the country's media landscape, including past and ongoing trends of how people receive and also consume information. Please let's give her a round of applause as well. Then we also have Ms. Amaka Ode-Walker, who is a news anchor, reporter, and also producer at Arise News. A diverse media experience, which includes a stint as the head of programs at Hot FM in Abuja, alongside her academic excellence as exemplified by a master's degree in communication and media studies, stand her out as one of Nigeria's most decorated media personalities. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Then we also have Mr. Bennett Joshua Kingsley, who is an experienced media expert whose practice spans electronic, print, and also new media. He's a grassroots human rights teacher, author, critical thinker, and new media content creator. He's celebrated for his vast knowledge and intellectual rigor, media versatility, and also dynamism. Let's also give him a round of applause. And finally, we have Ms. Adiza Zakari Usman, who is a trained political scientist who has earned applause for her social activism on issues central to leadership, sustainability, social justice, and empowerment. She has impactfully championed the cause of underrepresented groups and communities in Nigeria and earned a distinguished status as one of young Nigerians with active engagement and profound understanding of the various segments of the country's societies. Let's also give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. So over to you, Feintola.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thank you all for joining me on the stage. So we have all established that fake news is very detrimental, especially to the society at large. But I believe that fake news can be shared for two reasons: with malicious intent and out of ignorance. So this first question is for you, Mr. Dada Olusegun. What are the ways in which we can educate the society at large concerning the spread of news, especially those who do so out of ignorance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Permit me to, like the people before me, sit on the existing protocols. I see a lot of dignitaries in the house, and I'm happy to be here. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be a panelist at this event, and I hope that we'll have a successful deliberation. Now, to answer your question, I don't think that it is just two reasons that people shared fake news. There's a third reason, and that is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is a situation where you wish for a news to be true. So it's really not about ignorance. When you see something that you know obviously is obviously a lie, but because you want it to be true, you wish it to be true, that's where confirmation bias comes in. And it doesn't really matter any other information at your disposal. As far, and I'm speaking from the point of view of, let's take the last elections for instance. And I know that a lot of people, especially on this panel, we had very strong opinions, differing opinions. And for me, I feel that the media really made a mess of the last elections. The mainstream media especially, like Abu stated in the panel that he stumbled on earlier, that the mainstream media is the one that is playing catch up with new media and the trend of citizen reporters and the new guys on the block, so to speak. Most Nigerians would rather read and consume their news diet from an Instablog Niger, for instance, than from Arise TV, because the media has decided, rather than be the exception, the mainstream media, rather than being the exception, they have decided to become in cahoots. And I understand it. I understand it because if you look at what is happening around the world, and especially what happened in the elections, now more than always, the people are the ones who decide what their media, the private media, their private media wants to show. And if they don't show what they want, or they don't say the things they like, they immediately, start making allegations. Oh, they have been paid by this, they have been paid by that. And I think that one of the major TV stations, I don't want to run the risk of, calling names and then getting a cut someone as soon as I step out the door. The purpose of news or journalists is to inform the people, not to give their opinion. And these two have been conflated, because right now we are in a situation where most of the news media still do not realize that for a content or for a fake news to become mainstream, the mainstream media will be the one that will definitely project it. And this went to an extent that very easy, straightforward things like the forgery of an INEC letter that Arise TV put up without as much as calling, the INEC commissioner and asking, this thing that you have put up, is it true? And they got slammed with a 2 million naira fine for it. We are working, we are living in the age of disinformation. Disinformation, not just because of political bias, but because outrage is the new hard currency. The media houses in this country have monetized outrage. The social media companies have monetized outrage. The algorithms that you see, the kind of thing, the information you see online is different from what another person with another bias will see online. Because this whole ecosystem, the social media, has changed everything. Rather than the news, the mainstream media, and I mean the journalists who went to universities, who had advanced degrees, who had a lot of trainings, years of experience on this thing, rather than look at a way to still be the bastion and put up modalities to curb fake news, have now jumped in because outrage is money. Clicks, anything for clicks. That is where we are today. We are in a situation where most of the news media, which, like I said earlier, I understand, it's business. You cannot run your media station on smoke. You have to run it on money. And money means you have the views, audience, and all of that. So whatever you have to say to keep the audience wanting for more, that's apparently what's happening in the news media these days, especially for the mainstream ones. And I think that the onus is directly on the journalists because they are the fourth realm. There's a very thin line, very, very thin line between, say, press freedom and outright irresponsibility. Yes, we want a country that is good. Yes, we want a country that is great. But are we thinking about the future? 11 years ago, I was 22 years old. I was in uni. I was very passionate. I have always been passionate about this country. I've always been very passionate about everything. And social media was just coming on stream at that point. And based on the information that I consumed in the media space at that time, I put up a tweet, which at that time I had maybe 2 retweets, because I never thought for a moment that I was going to be seen as someone who is going to influence people's thoughts. Based on my passion, based on my belief, based on what I've heard, I've seen in the media that has not been contradicted, that has become more or less accepted knowledge, I posted that tweet. And 11 years later, every time I post a tweet and somebody reminds me about it.
Time conscious.
Okay, sorry. Every time someone reminds me about it, I realize the damage that the media, the mainstream media, can do to a generation. Because I grew up watching NTA News with my father every night at 9 p.m. I grew up reading Ruben Abati in Scholium on the back of the Guardian. And all of a sudden, everything just went bust. And the media, the mainstream media, has not been able to find an opportunity to ensure that they play the gatekeepers of the fourth realm. It is now a wild west. Anything goes. Why do we allow this to continue to happen? Because, like I said before, the actors in this particular industry, from the content providers to the content creators to the content consumers, why is it that every time Gist Lover, for instance, it gets taken down on Instagram and it goes up the next day, it has hundreds of thousands of followers? That's because people love drama. The news, mainstream media must be responsible enough to understand where this starts and where this ends.
Thank you, Mr. Dada.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so as well. So I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but each morning I wake up to Facebook messages or posts sent by my mom to my WhatsApp, every single morning containing one news or the other. So how best do we, this question is for you, Mr. Abo. So how best do we regulate platforms such as Facebook without infringing on the right to speech, on the freedom to speech?
Okay, I'll try to keep it short.
Thank you.
I think you should try and time people while talking so that the panel doesn't get boring. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where the control on social media is almost impossible. But I think it is a duty of everybody to always bring people's knowledge to the fact that a news that is circulating is fake, and you back up fake news with the authentic story. There are a lot of things, and I don't know if I say this if people will be angry with me, but a reasonable percentage of Nigerians are very gullible. People jump on news, unverified news, and they run around town with it. Unfortunately, like my friend and colleague Shegun that I just said, the mainstream media also doesn't even help. There's a lot of so I'm part of the inauguration committee. The picture of the 13-man committee that was displayed, there was a picture that was not the person who's supposed to be the person on the picture, and it was shown on a lot of TV stations. I don't want to call names now, and even as a matter of fact, they didn't even have a picture of one of the persons, and that picture went out. Now, why is all this happening? It's happening because every TV station or radio station wants to be the first to break a news, So, and it's a danger to us. We must, you see, that investigative journalism, it must happen. Now, that will play a huge role by downplaying the fake news that goes around social media. Because to be honest, there's a medium of social media that is very, very dangerous that people don't even pay attention to, which is WhatsApp broadcast message. Very, very dangerous. Messages just go around and people start running around town with it. So I think the mainstream media has got a lot of work cut out for them. They need to always come up with the facts so that we can share them as possible as we can. But I mean, it's going to be difficult to curb fake news on social media reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, Mrs. Folashade, could you just tell us in what ways does fake news contribute to political polarization and social divisions within a society?
Okay. Thank you very much. A lot has been said about fake news. Fake news has to do with unverified.
Sorry, please, could you go closer to the mic, or could you bring the mic closer to me?
So a lot has been said about fake news. Fake news has to do with unverified reports. On a daily basis, we get thousands of fake news. Except you don't have an Android phone, there is no how you will not receive fake news. Through WhatsApp, through Facebook, YouTube, people even do live videos and what have you. As journalists, I believe it's our obligation to have training and retraining. We have to really train our colleagues. We have to set up desks. We have to set up units that deal with fake news. Because most of our colleagues, they are comfortable with the traditional media. Most of them don't even know much about the new media. So, apart from our organization setting up desks and training and retraining, personally we should train ourselves. On the internet, trainings abound. They are free. All we need to do is just get data. Most of the trainings some of us had, though our organizations trained us, but on our own we made efforts, online training, scholarships and all that. So with that, we'll have knowledge and understanding about how deadly fake news can really be. Fake news, for all you know, leads to depression, suicide. It can be as drastic as causing war. So it's not something we should take with levity. It's something we should go all out to fight. And the more we see it as a social responsibility, the better for all of us.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Folashade. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Abu Andrew. So are there any regulatory or legal measures that should be implemented to combat the spread of fake news, and if so, what might they entail?
Okay, so I know that the National Assembly was working on a regulation. I know it had some challenges along the way, and I don't know how far that bill has gone, but I think it's important that we have a regulation, to a large extent. That will help to, because if there are consequences, people will really think through what they want to post before they post it, So there are a lot of challenges. Unfortunately, the big guys on social media, the Sahara reporters, and okay, so I was trying not to call names, but I just had to. Now when that list came out, it even came out with phone numbers of people. So everybody is bombarding everybody on that committee, so it just takes away the ethics and that beauty that journalism should have, So I think, if we have a law that is straight up, that deals with those things, that kind of post should be slammed with, a lawsuit, so that people will take caution and have a way of going about these things that does not, become detrimental to the people that consume this news, or it affects directly.
Thank you for that. So over to you, Maka. As someone who works in the news industry, as a prominent one as Arise TV, how can journalists and news organizations maintain that credibility and trustworthiness in era of rampant fake news as we have now?
Well, when you talk about credibility, that is like the baseline for any media organization, be it mainstream or social media. At least that is what it's supposed to be. But before I answer your question, I want to actually respond to something the gentleman did say a little earlier, that yes, he had the right to call out Arise TV because we had a situation where there was a slip-up. I call it a slip-up because the truth is, as a media organization, you have no excuse not to do your due diligence before posting any information, no matter how little it was. Yes, there was an incident where somebody, eventually the person who posted that before it even went on air was somebody, unfortunately, high up there at the management level, but made a mistake that didn't just cost us, that fine, but also had people looking at us as, oh, you're supposed to be, the gatekeeper. That person eventually got suspended indefinitely. That was us actually taking responsibility, and even we had to apologize. I remember having to read a couple of times, to apologize to Nigerians that this was a mistake. But what does that tell us? It really tells us that at the end of the day, anyone could be a victim of fake news. And the truth is, we've even gone beyond just fake news right now. We've gone into a situation where there's something you can tag as deep fake. If you cast your mind back in 2008, President Muhammadu Buhari had to come out to really assure Nigerians that he wasn't dead. Like, it got so bad to the point where someone came up with some news and said the president was dead and he was cloned and replaced by Jibril from Sudan. Till today, the president, some people in some quarters still believe is not President Muhammadu Buhari. So it tells you to the extent that, this can be. And also he said something about the media were not supposed to have opinions, that were just there to inform the people. Yes, the media were there to inform, but beyond informing, you also have to educate, inform, and entertain. Yes, clarification. There are different sorts of programs out there. There are news programs where you just say the news that it is, ask the questions and let it go. But in some program format, I know the program he's calling out with most of his, attacks this morning. That particular program gives a leeway to the journalists to sort of, find a balance, go beyond just telling the story, but doing more research. But does that mean that there shouldn't be a line that shouldn't be crossed? The answer is no, because at the end of the day, your responsibility beyond your station and your employers is to the viewers. You get me? So back to your question with regards to how you can better regulate ourselves as media people. The truth is, yes, you say the media the mainstream media, some would say we're trying to play catch up. But like it or not, today we've seen a lot of mainstream platforms even have online, platforms as well, where you're seeing the tweets, the Instagram and everything. As the news is breaking, even before it goes on air, we're trying to push that out there. So that way to counter, some of those fake accounts that end up pushing out those fake news. But checking ourselves, very important. So that's where it comes to verification. Before you post anything out, you shouldn't be, as a media organization, we shouldn't be in a hurry to quickly push out that information, knowing that on socials, any online blogger who calls themselves a journalist can easily just post that thing and get away with it. But you, beyond getting away with it, you have that duty, that responsibility to the viewer. So it's just, the onus is on you, really, to make those phone calls, get those verifications before pushing it. We shouldn't be in a hurry to push out the news, but make sure we do our due diligence before it goes out there, because the impact when it's out there, just like what we suffered not too long ago, can be dire, and we all definitely can do better. But taking responsibility, very critical, as individual journalists, as media organizations, and generally as citizens of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Now over to you, Hadiza. Is there a global dimension to the issue of fake news? And if so, how can international cooperation and collaboration help address it?
Thank you for the question. Actually, there is. Before there was social media, the first perpetrators of fake news were the print medias. It happened as way back as the 1800s, 1835 to be precise. Okay? One of the most celebrated human beings that graced this planet at some point, or one of the most popular physicists, was known as Albert Einstein. There was a letter attributed to him. As it turned out, 2-3 years after that letter came out, they came out and debunked it, and they're like, oh, they all did that. Just to a certain degree, they mystify him as a person. In 2017, the daughter of the then president of the United States of America, his first daughter, Ivanka Trump, was attributed to the same. She says, if the theory doesn't fit the data, change the data. Yes, that's how desperate, that's how bad, that's how really clinging they are to the issue of creating chaos, misinformation, disinformation to other political rivals of our father. Do you understand? There's this case for the guy who I think President Putin gave an asylum. He's been there 5-6 years ago. His name is Edward Snowden. We know him for spreading out or basically disseminating information, classified information to be precise. Earlier on, one of the guest speakers, the colonel here, talked about how even from the premise or from his military position, they know the value and what and how information media journalist is also attributed to his own organization. There's another person too that was famous for being locked up, and he sought, what is it called, asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy for like 4, 5, 6 years. His name is known as, what's his name, Julian Assange. Originally, he's Australian, took up residency in Sweden, and then from Sweden, he ended up in the Ecuadorian embassy. He was there for like 4, 5 years. It became a row, international row between nations. Do you understand? If you have countries as sophisticated as the United States, as sophisticated as the United Kingdom, as sophisticated as India, China, not toying around with fake news issues, not taking it lightly, when they find and pinpoint the origin of a story that will bring down the integrity, the name, the status of their country, they go after those people. Yeah. Another platform, you hear them being called prisoners of conscience, dissidents. You understand, before you know it, some other countries will be like, oh, we're interested in your case, we want to take it up. But they, within themselves, in their own country, they don't tolerate such. I'm talking about in the case of the United States of America now, how they want to latch onto issues concerning all those other countries like China, like Malaysia, like, UAE, and other second world nations. But when it regards their own, they protect. They go out of the way to guard the integrity of their country, to make sure informations, news are not being created or being thrown around in a way that it will bring disunity or chaos or ultimately war in their own country. As of 2019, our the most famous Nobel laureate from this country, I'm talking about Professor Wole Soyinka, talked about how misinformation and fake news will be the cause of the Third World War. And I think in 2021 or 2022, our Honorable Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, also reiterated that fact. It is a very known fact. Look at the case of what happened with the vaccine. Vaccine was a global case, because your question is bordering around global whatnot. It was a global case. They had ministers of religious bodies who denounced or lied and claimed that all those things were done so that they would depopulate countries like Africa and especially our own, or worse still, they even said these people are fighting a war against God, God of creation. Imagine that. Some of them were sanctioned internationally by countries like the UK and America for just taking such stance and misleading their people. It is a very big deal when we don't nip it in the bud, when we don't hold people accountable for disseminating. As far as you do, the first person that spread the source, I mean, all these things have timelines. Oh, I heard this, I spread this. Before you know, he picks up, the next person picks up, and like that we keep forwarding. Where did you originate from? Set example with such persons by making sure they face the full wrath of the law. If not, it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hadisa. I think we've established that fake news is a crisis in this country. We could tell from what happened, like she stated, during the COVID era. People were bathing with salt and pepper, Maggi. They turned themselves into stew. So it's really a crisis right now. So now this question is for you, Mr. Dada Olusegun. I think data is one of the problems, I think, that attributes to the rampant spread of fake news, because there's a lack of data in some aspects. So how do people, for instance now, in terms of these elections that happened, the stats, a lot of fake news went about. How, in which way can we stop that? Or can we better our data in Nigeria? Because I really do think that attributes to the fake news.
I think it still comes down to the same thing, confirmation bias. Data is not, I think we live in the age of too much information. There's data for everything. Now the question is, do people have trust in the data that they are looking at and who is providing it? And I want to quickly go back to what my sister was talking about. Fake news on the global dimension scale showed us what it means for an institution that is as old as the United States, the electoral system of the United States, to be called to question. There are people today in the United States who sincerely believe that the 2020 election was rigged. Yeah. Not only was that a test of a 200-year institution, they still went ahead to invade the capital on the orders of the then president. Insurrectionists, this kind of behavior. Now, the US and every part of the world is not, shielded away from, the rampant problem that is fake news. But I think that the issue of data in Nigeria and around the world gets to be judged on the platform of who is giving me this data. If you look at the polls during the election, these were part of things that caused post-election issues. We kept having people polling doing polls for a random sampling set of people and then projecting it as the wishes of the Nigerian people. And at the end of the day, while most people kept calling for caution at that point, yes, polling is important, but it is also a way and manner of making people doubt, especially if your polling is done is not done with the best practices available. So we see that right now. I can give you a data, and you would go and find your own data from somewhere, and you say, this is the one I trust. So the data for most people has become, while it's supposed to act as a light, they lean on it when it's convenient. And I think it still comes down to faith in our institution. By the way, man, I wasn't attacking Arise TV. I was making it clear that this is a practice among all of the news stations. And I want to make it very, very categorical why, for me, the mainstream media is very, very important in this fight. The reason is that whatever the mainstream media puts a verdict on, or whatever they take up, even when you are acting, or when they say they are trying to find out the truth, it goes back to giving platforms to people to come and spill all sorts of traceable, unverified facts, unverified information on their platforms. And this, to a great extent, you have to, like she said, I am happy that they are taking responsibility and they are putting the proper sanctions in place. But this must be industry-wide. The Press Council of Nigeria, the journalists, the veterans must realize that you cannot continue to ignore this space any longer. There are more challenges now than ever before. And I want to quickly take us back to something. When I was young, and I think that most people here in my generation would also have come across this slide to buttress what she said. There was a particular news that went around that Nigeria played with India. And India beat us, how many 99-1.
99.
So at this point, there was no social media, right? Yeah. But this is something that has gone around generations unchallenged. There are people who have died with this knowledge, believing that it's heaven's truth. Now, it took me a while to realize that, wait, there are only 90 minutes in a football game. How are they going to score 99 goals in 90 minutes? But as I speak to you today, there are people who believe that the one goal that Nigeria scored, the guy that tried to play the ball into the dot, the ball turned into what? A lion. Oh God. During the Ebola crisis, I'm sorry, let me just take some. I need to quickly, because there are things that, these are called zombie lies, and there are issues that we laugh about them, but there are people who believe this is really what happened. And there has never been a convergence point to disprove any of these lies. When my sister from Arise TV spoke about the President Buhari's issue, there are people in this country, professors, there are pastors who went into their churches and told their generation that this person is dead and he has been replaced.
Yes.
So you see that we have a lot of work to do. Now, while I don't want to make this panel, or at least my side of it, about whipping the mainstream media, my belief is that if a little bit of sanity is put in place, if more of these sanctions are put in place, I believe that we will be guarding this country from going into war. Look at what is happening in Sudan. Everybody's evacuating their citizens from that country, from the US to UK to Canada to Nigeria. Nobody's talking about the citizens of that country. Where are they going to run to? Who is going to warehouse Nigeria refugees? We are 200 million. If the census of the last one is to be believed, we are 200 million. Where are we going to go to? All our monies, all our properties is not going to be worth anything if we allow fake news, if we allow outrage, if we allow schadenfreude to take over our system of thinking. If the news organizations must understand that the unity and sanctity of this country is more important than the profits that they stand to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dada. So my next question is for Mr. Bennett Joshua Kingsley. How do we inspire the trust of the citizens concerning the fake news going up and down? How do we inspire trust for them to trust the usual, how do we inspire trust in them?
Okay, good morning, or good afternoon rather. Good afternoon. First thing first, I think when it comes to information consumption, especially in modern time, let's divide it into two demographies. There's a demography that is social media driven. And to such persons, to such demography, it takes more than enough to inspire, answering your question directly, to inspire trust in what they see. The generation from about 18-year-old believes more in social media content. Now my generation, going down, believes more in the mainstream media. Now it boils down to the question of who is this public that you want to inspire this trust in. The public that grew up in the era where there was no social media believes more in what they see on mainstream media. That is why you go into some organizations, you meet some individuals, they still believe in the hard copy newspaper, unlike what you have on your Android devices. Now, it will be difficult to tell a youth in the university today, or one in secondary school, to spend more time on hard copy newspapers. They would rather go online to get their information. So to that extent, the conversation as to inspiring trust becomes a collaborative effort between civil society organizations like the one that organized this workshop, governments, media owners and media practitioners, and then business owners. The reason for bringing business owners into the picture is, however it goes, whether society is stable or unstable, it affects everyone. It affects the man that owns the 100,000 naira grocery store somewhere, or the man that owns the multi-million naira filling station somewhere. It affects just about everyone. So there has to be a collaboration between stakeholders as to finding a lasting solution to this. Now I have a solution to that, a proposed solution to that, but basically, the conversation on inspiring trust is not one that can be answered at the tip of a finger. That is one. Then secondly, having sat here from the beginning of this workshop till now, I've heard a lot talked about the mainstream media. Now I'm a journalist. I've moved from online to TV to newspaper. I'm back in newspaper today. One thing I would tell you is that it takes more than writing and having an online presence to be a journalist. It takes much more than that. Journalism is an ethical profession. That is why it's just like saying you get somebody sustains a cut, an injury, and just because you know how to pick some solution from the first aid box and apply it to that injury, that automatically makes you a doctor, does it? It doesn't make you a doctor. So the very fact that you can pick up your pen, you understand the semantics of grammar, conjunctions and what have you, does not qualify you to be a journalist. We must draw that distinction.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put a very resounding applause for this team of panelists today.
Thank you for having us.
Before you come down to the rest of the audience, please could you come together for a group photograph just as we did the last time. If Mr. Mayaki can join them, we don't mind. Paparazzi, where are you? Please gather together quickly. Paparazzi, please. Yes, a group photograph. Please could you make it a close-up as much as possible since there are many of you on the stage. I think Mr. Mayaki can be right in the middle. Maybe just next to Mrs. Folashade. Yes, thank you very much. While that is going on, The visual storyteller to the president-elect of the Federal Republic is here, please, if you're in the house. I don't know where you're seated. Oh, thank you very much. His name is Nosa Asemota. Thank you very much for coming. We have kept the audience all this while. Thank you very much. We have kept the audience all this while. From the beginning of this program till now, our hall is still almost 99% full. Thank you very much for this attention. We're truly, truly grateful. We are going to the workshop proper now, and one of our speakers in the workshop is here. He has sat patiently. He has listened all through this while. Many of you know him. We introduced him earlier on. Professor Abiodun Adeni, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much, sir. Please, you have the podium at this time. Sure.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before standing on the existing protocol, permit me to specially recognize the representative of the Minister and Statistician General of the Federation, Prince Adeyemi Adeniro, and of course my elder brother, the veteran journalist and anchor, Good Morning Nigeria show on NTA, Mr. Kingsley Osadolo, and Secretary, FCDA, with all pleasure, I'm privileged to be before you to present a paper on what looks like ethical consideration in source management, a bit of departure from what we've been talking about, fake news, etc., etc. And of course, I've been given the leverage. I don't know why I enjoy this special attention to decide the methodology. I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Joe Mayaki, who was very creative in finding me out to come and do this work. God bless you and your efforts. Okay, so because I have the opportunity to decide what I want to do, I'm going to essentially read through my text, not too long, so as I can follow my thoughts properly. And of course, like I said, a bit of a departure from what we've been discussing, fake news, etc., etc. This one borders on source. Source is central to journalism, central to the operations of the media reporter, because it is the beginning of every news item, that we're probably processing. And of course, the quality of your news item is largely dependent on the quality of your source. If your source is mundane, if it's unreliable, of course, it will affect, the quality, the credibility, the integrity of the news at the end of the day. And that's why it raises questions around what we've been talking about, fake news. Of course, news would naturally be fake because the sources are probably practically non-existent. And of course, when they are even existent, they're just people who want to feed into the salacious expectations, sensational expectations of people. It's the hallmark of the season that we are in, the times we are in, where closet nymphomaniacs, closet psychopaths take advantage of the freedom that they have, with the smartphone, to wreak havoc, the psychology of innocent people. It is a factor of the times that we are in. And I actually like one of the presenters, or maybe I took note of the opinion of one of the presenters, who delved into history. Two philosophers in history were actually executed. Philosophers that we sometimes refer to now, Socrates, Aristotle were actually executed in history, partly because they were believed, to be carrying fake news, but today we have now come to celebrate them. And of course, if you remember Julius Caesar is a very popular writer, the Bard of Avon, so many institutions are named after him in the Western world, even as we sit. But again, 500 years after Julius Caesar died, there are reports in circles that he was never the one. He was not the one that wrote most of those articles, most of those books. So what it tells us is that fake news, is nothing new. It's something that has been with us. But we are making the argument that there are ways in which it can be mitigated. And one way it can be mitigated is to probably manage our sources well. And of course, we are arguing that
there are different kinds of sources. There are regular and there are irregular sources. When sources are regular, it speaks to the fact that journalism is specialized. You know, people wake up every day as journalists, you go to designated sources, maybe MBS, maybe DMO, maybe NCC, you know, maybe Central Bank, etc., etc. You know that your bit is finance, so your source is regular. That's where you're supposed to cover, you know, regular source. But it can be irregular, it can be serendipitous if it just happen on stories, and of course, it becomes exclusive, and you want to explore it as a journalist that is curious, as a journalist that is investigative, and of course, you want to distinguish yourself by not writing routine, regular stories, as the case could be. So, two different, largely different kinds of sources. So, why do you have to manage them? Of course, you have to manage them because if you fail to manage them, you are likely to lose them. You know, they are likely not to believe in you anymore, to distrust you, and of course, you know, to shut their doors against you. And if they shut their door against you, you are not going to get information anymore. And that primary information that the sources give you, you are not going to get it. And that's what you need, really, as a journalist. You know, to feed yourself. You know, to be identified as a credible, reputable, productive journalist, an efficient journalist. But if information source, you know, if you are denied information source, of course, you know that it's a disservice to your own profession. So you manage them well, you are confidential about what they tell you, you agree with them, you know, but at the same time, you have to be mindful of some of them that may want to be mischievous. Some of them are actually giving you information because they have something to benefit from it. That's not what we want to happen to you, you know, and that's why we keep talking about facts, check and double check. It can happen in different instances. Do not forget that we're in the world of interest. We're in the world of interest. And of course, in communication, we talk about differences between journalism, between public relations, between advertising, you know, between different kinds of public relations management, impressions management, issues management. But your duty as a journalist is not to do any of this. Your own is to feed the populace with credible information coming from very credible and reputable source. So you've got to manage it. And above all, ladies and gentlemen, for us to realize that managing your sources well simply means that you are fertilizing the news dissemination process effectively, which adds up to the boosting of freedom of speech, freedom of expression that are embedded in the Constitution. And there's no system or society that can grow without a thriving of freedom of speech and freedom of expression, especially in a democracy, because the essence of democracy is about integration, it's about involvement. And this integration and involvement is not just limited, ladies and gentlemen, to physical integration. It also includes ideation, intellection, your opinion, bringing them together, which is why we've been talking about fake news now. We all seem to be condemning it, but there's a sense in saying that social media has brought about some kind of liberation for us, some kind of freedom, you know, some kind of excitement, enthusiasm of the average citizen to participate in the governance process. So there's increased level of happiness in systems and society. To that extent, you say it's positive. But of course, we also know those that are identified earlier as closet nymphomaniacs, closet psychopaths that we need to deal with. And how do we deal with them, ladies and gentlemen? Education is very, very key, you know, but not just the regular education. Many people who are purveyors of fake news are people who are well educated, even professors. You know, you see them sometimes, you know, celebrating fake news, sharing it left, right, and center. The kind of education we're talking about is media literacy, the one that is purposely driven, strategic, and focused on letting people know how to separate the wheat from the chaff, as the case could be. So, as I prepare to round up, you know, we need to understand that when we're talking about fake news, talking about sources, we're talking about all the elements in the chain of information dissemination, information management, and the revolving and the enhancement, you know, and the application of the values of information to growth and development. Because no society grows without knowledge, without information. Forget about, especially in the democracy anyway, we know there are systems and societies that have grown, you know, in an atmosphere of, absence of freedom of information. China, Russia, Singapore are regular examples. They're not democracies, but they have grown. But we have elected to go in the way of democracy, and central to democracy, expected in a democracy is of course freedom. So all the elements in the chain of information dissemination, good source management, it is very important for us to be mindful of them, so that we are not going to derail, as the case could be. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, across the world, there have been laws that actually help the thriving of sources. Laws that have been protective of sources. Our own came in Nigeria. My elder brother is here; he can attest to this. In the early 80s, Tony Momo versus the Senate. Daily Times published a story that derided Daily Times. These days, of course, we see so many of those derision. But it happened in the early 80s. Daily Times published a story that derided the Senate. And of course, they didn't like it, so they invited Tony Momo, then editor of Daily Times. And he went to court, And of course, the court ruled in his favor because the Senate wanted him to come and tell them who gave him that information. Who gave you that information? They said they are the ones that make law, that regulate every other body, so we can also ask you to come and disclose to us. But of course, he went to court, and the court protected him. And from then on, we have had a kind of precedent, what lawyers will call precedent, on which we can hinge the protection of our sources on. And of course, this is not usually regular to Nigeria alone. Even in the United States, it's happened, I think, between the Supreme Court in 1957, between the Supreme Court, where the court also ruled, or Congress ruled, that nothing should by any means hinder freedom of expression, because it's an element, it's a kind of opportunity, a kind of chance that is central to the evolution and the thriving of a democracy. And finally, in the United Kingdom too, as far back as 1695, they abolished licensing of newspaper acts, which goes to tell us that if we want to thrive in a democracy, if we want our democracy to be vital, we need information to flow, we need ideas to be contested, we need exchange of ideas. But the argument we are making, which we have really espoused this morning, is that those ideas, should be proper, should be decent, should not be mischievous, should not those pervade by closet nymphomaniac. But to do this effectively, I'm going to conclude by saying that we also need some level of education, media literacy. On that note, I'm going to close. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We're going to come to a question and answer time based on this beautiful presentation that you have given to us. But I want to is Nosa around? Yes, Nosa, please could you come on stage? Just a short 1 or 2 goodwill remarks, and then we'll come back and continue with our question and answer program. Thank you. I introduced him earlier on as the visual image consultant to the president-elect. Just 1 or 2 on this subject of social media, fact-checking, fake news, and all of that. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nosa Semota. I'm the visual storyteller to the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What that simply means is I'm responsible for documenting his images, releasing his images, and also telling his story like filmmaking as well. I just have a few things to say. I think my images have been victims of fake news because a lot of my images were doctored during the period of the campaign. And in my experience as a visual storyteller, one of the things that I've learned that we all say, we say a picture is like speaking 1,000 words. Now, if I take a picture from this event and I put it out there, it gives a perspective to the outside world. And it's that image that people use most times as evidence. Professor was talking a few minutes ago, he talked about your source. So sometimes those images are used as evidence to validate what happened in that particular event. And now that everybody now is like an image maker because we all have smartphones. So if I bring out my camera and I take a picture with my camera it would take me, roughly 10-15 minutes to process the image to ensure that, it looks good, because, it looks as good as I want it to be. But you with your smartphone can just pick it up and just make a tweet in less than a minute. So before I have the opportunity to be able to tell my story as fast as I should, because of the power of a smartphone, it's just one point, right? You can easily do that. And I feel like because of the evolution of smartphone, it is easier to tell stories the wrong way. And I feel like we can all do better. So in just about 3 minutes, I would share what, to me personally, I feel like everybody should bear in mind when taking a picture. There's something I used to say to myself regularly. When I hold my camera sometimes and I'm practicing or I'm making my personal affirmation, I say to myself that it's an honor to hold this camera. And to me, this camera is not just a camera to just shoot anybody. When I take this camera and I place it in front of anybody, it is my responsibility to use this camera to honor the next person or whoever I'm shooting with this camera. So it means that if I'm going to take your picture, I will take a picture that honors you and not a picture that dishonors you. Because an image makes people feel in a particular way. And we can control the way people feel by what we put out there. So there's this narrative over the years about Africa, that Africa is a slum. And it was because people like me took images about Africa and took it from the perspective of a slum. But there are slums also in the United States. But you don't see those places because people are choosing to tell a particular story. So if I take a picture of a guy begging on the road, and even if the picture is me putting money in the tray of the guy begging on the road, I'm indirectly sending a 1% message that we have beggars in Africa. So I strongly believe that we can do so much better. I used to tell fellow photographers that before you're a photographer, you're a human being first, all right? And you should be kind in how you tell stories. So it's a challenge every day that we should do better. A lot of images that I've put out there, sometimes when I see it, I'm weak because they will take those images and they will just convert them into something. And Shegun Dada will do a lot of work by, this is the real one, this is not the real one. But sometimes when fake news, when the fake news is out, to debunk it is a lot of stress. So I feel like if everyone take it as a personal responsibility to always honor people with what we do and to choose to tell a better narrative or tell a better story about our community, about our society, I think we'll make progress. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be very difficult to control, but by every individual making a personal decision to make an effort to project Africa or to project Nigeria or to project Nigerian politics and not demonize anybody with our gadgets, because I would take pictures with my phone and do well, but your smartphone, whatever your smartphone can do, I don't know, I can't help it. So let's do better with our phones, because everybody now is a visual storyteller. Thank you.
Thank you, Nosa. At times the idea of a speaker at a conference is an elderly man. But the way we are today, in our digital world today, knowledge has spread all across all demographics and all of that. I didn't know that one of our former top officials in the Edo State government was in the house all this while. I've just been informed. I think Honorable Taiwo Akerele, I've cited him somewhere there. Let me embarrass you a little bit. If you could quickly come to the stage, please. It's a little embarrassment just to say congratulations to this team on this event. Okay, thank you very much. But please, could you be up on your feet? Let's just recognize you. That's Mr. Taiwo Akerele. I always like to do something like this because it is very easy to identify people who are in the government currently, whether they are commissioners, they are ministers, they are PAMSECs and all of that. But what about the people that used to serve, that have also added value to our communities? When they leave government, when they exit government, it's as if their faces are no longer as visible as they ought to be. I didn't know you're in the audience. Otherwise, I think I would have embarrassed you much earlier and dragged you to the stage to come and say one or two things. Thank you very much for coming. We open the floor for questions and answers. I have asked somebody to whisper to Prof to come back into the hall so that I can take some of these questions and answers. So if you just give us a second as he walks in. If you just give us a second or two as he walks back in, he's just close by to the door there. If Prof can come over. Yes. Professor Abiodun, if you could come over. Yes. Yes, just a minute or two, and then we can take one or two questions from him. Then we'll be wrapping up the program. We'll get somebody to do vote of thanks, and you can break for. There's slight refreshments. It's just that it has taken this long now. Please kindly bear with us. But I think so far we have not done badly. I think it's been a good day. Thank you very much. Prof is back into the hall. I would like to crave his indulgence if we can throw one or two questions at him so that I can further illuminate this audience with a lot of the rich stuff that he has in his mind. So it's open for question and answers now. Let me start from this row. This is the very first row. If you have a question, if you have a comment, please let me have your hand up. Okay, very good. I've seen somebody in a brown shirt. Yes, please go ahead. Is there a spare microphone that we can get across to him, or should we get him to just come to the stage? Maybe you could just come to the stage if you don't mind. Or if there's a spare mic, if there's a cordless, you can get a cordless to him quickly. If one of the ushers can get a cordless to him quickly. Yes, Prof, this question is for you. I've noted you. I think somebody has raised their hand here. Please let me know. Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Your name briefly and then.
Good afternoon. My name is Honorable Chukwemeka. I'm the National Coordinator of all professionals and business people in PDP. By the special grace of God, I want to ask a question and I want to make a comment, especially on the topic ethics. I was born and brought up in Calabar, to be precise, in Ekoransa, in Calabar Municipal. When we were in school, no matter what you eat, even if it is, biscuit, even if it is sweet, you pocket the cover until you find a waste basket, you drop it. That's why sometimes people say angels walk in the street of Calabar, because Calabar is a very neat place. But here in Abuja, I see people throw out a whole pizza carton from their car outside the street. So there and then I ask question, is our National Orientation Agency now an arm of campaign council of ruling government? Or is it a body to actually build people on ethics and even patriotism? That's my question.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, you can get the mic to somebody else. I think there's this gentleman in a black suit over here. Thank you. Yes, we'll come back to you, but I saw this hand up first.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Peter Oyeneye. I'm a public relations practitioner with a little above 30 years experience in public relations practice. When I was in school, we were told that public relations is about image and reputation making, and it is based on truth and nothing but the truth. Over the years, I've been confused, but thank God that I got my lessons notes long ago. But I know we are confusing a lot of young people these days. We tell them, just tell the world Nigeria is good, even if Nigeria is not good. Just use your camera and pick the good sides. Don't pick the bad sides. We are telling people to lie. If you go out there, the man owes Some of them, they say they were stolen, they removed them. Some of them, they never completed the work. And the things are there. And people are falling into those manholes. And you want us to go out there and say, no, it's a beautiful place, nothing happened there. You come out in the evening from about 7:30 p.m., 8, 9, 10, the whole of the streets of Abuja dark. We cannot even change bulbs in this federal capital of the most populous black nation in the world. We can't change bulbs. And you expect journalists, public relations people to go out there and say, it's a great nation, oh, it's good, oh, no problem. There are problems. There are problems. Because maybe the more we tell our rulers, our politicians, and the rest of them, maybe they don't see when they go out, or maybe they don't go out in the night. So let people talk. So let me use my camera to take the good areas. Great. You can use your own to take the bad areas. Great. But balance the story. See, this narrative of just saying that, look at the good side, look at the good side, it will make us to remain where we are. It will make us to remain where we are.
Thank you.
So, and thank God that Prof is also here. Okay, Prof also know this thing I'm talking about. Yeah. Mine is just about, let's report what is happening. Don't lie, no fake news, no fake story, but report what is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm trying to guard and guide the program now. Until now, we had been awaiting the young gentleman to speak to us about fact-checking. He has also had previous engagements, I heard, and he has only just come in now. As a matter of fact, we're already thinking that maybe perhaps we might not be able to accommodate him. So you have just come at the nick of time. That's Mr. Okweyemi Kehinde. We had actually built him to speak and also for Prof to speak as well. So even as we have noted the comments from both of you, I'm going to quickly ask him to come to the high table, but you won't be able to speak more than 10 minutes. Otherwise, we'll not be able to wrap up quickly enough. And we have already started wrapping up actually. So at this time, I want to crave the indulgence to bring our second speaker for this workshop today, Mr. Okweyemi Kehinde, who is going to be speaking to us about fact-checking and media literacy, tools for combating fake news, to come to the audience. Please, like I said, the time is already far gone. I know this is your subject. I also have my own subject too. There are some subjects that you asked me to speak for an hour, I will do justice to it. But I cannot. Thank you very much. I think I want to give the podium to Mr. Kehinde. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for being here. Okay, sorry. I sincerely apologize for being here late. It's due to some emergency that I had to attend to. I thought I'll be having a presentation, but since the time allotted to me will not be able to take care of that, I think I will just simply go ahead with what I have here. The essence of our talk today about fake news is because the democratization of access to information have created an opportunity for purveyors of or what we call fake news merchants to dwell, to make money off what the media failed to report. What do I mean by what the media failed to report? The media system have the gatekeeping function, which is part and parcel of the ethics of the profession for every journalist, trained journalist. But over the years, due to the advent of technology and the democratization of access to information via the social media platforms. We've seen the increase in spread of what has come to be known as fake news. Fake news are content geared towards stopping you and I from thinking critically about what we see or about what we read online. And like Gary Kasparov once said, the point of modern propaganda isn't only to misinform or push an agenda. It is to exhaust your critical thinking, to annihilate truth. We've come to a point in our nation that we need to understand the fact that not everything you see or read online should be taken as you see them. And had there been time permits, I would have shown you examples of quite a number of content that people have been sharing online. And I can take you back to some of them. For instance, we all are aware of when it was circulating that the man in the Aso Rock is Jubril from Sudan. We've all heard about social media users claiming that you don't even need a WAEC result to be the president of Nigeria. We've had instances, especially during the coronavirus pandemic, where people are sharing information that if you receive the COVID jab, there is a magnet that comes with the vaccine that makes anything metallic to come to your body. There are many examples, and they are on and on. While it is okay to be honest, it is okay to consume the media, it also behoves on us as individuals, as patriotic Nigerians, to critically examine what we consume. Most times, people share content because they believe the person who shared such content with them, without going a step further to verify the reliability or the authenticity of the information. And that is why fact-checking has become essential for us as journalists and for image makers, for any person or professional involved in the business of information. Basically, fact-checking is the process whereby you seek to clarify all the facts, either in a piece of writing, in a story, article, report, and to ensure that they are accurate and correct. The scope of fact-checking over the years have widened to include audiovisuals, images, audio recordings, and so on and so forth. The onus is on us as journalists to ensure that we uphold the ethics of the profession, because the technology that we've so much embraced these days, it's becoming a nemesis, and we need to be up and doing as a journalist. So what are the things that you can fact check? We talked about fake news. Fake news is just a combination of what we call misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is anything false or inaccurate, but deliberately intended to deceive. There is also what we call malinformation. Malinformations are actually genuine information, but the purpose of the originator of such is to malign people's character. If all of us are frequent on social media platforms, we will recall the leak of Empress in Jama, Tiwa Savage, and so on and so forth. They are actually intended to malign the character of those individuals. They are genuine, they are real. And we also have disinformation. Disinformation from the originator, they are false. And often targeted at changing public opinion on any issue or individual. And we can go on and on. And what is media literacy? It's simply our ability as journalists to become more critical consumers of content online. Both emphasize the essence of critical thinking in what we read online and what we share online. To become media literate is not just about memorizing facts and figures. It's about raising the right questions about what you're watching, what you're reading, and what you're listening to. For every media message that you watch or you read, you need to analyze, you need to evaluate. Because that is what makes us human. And that is what makes us to exercise our citizenship role in a democratic society. There are some 5 or 6 things that media literacy teaches us. One is to differentiate facts from non-factual information. The other is to recognize ignorance. One is also to recognize the cognitive biases, either of the message or even the platform delivering the message. You will all agree with me that in every society there is what we call the media bias. Because we've come to discover that our politicians have a way of influencing the content that the media publish. The other point is to evaluate the source of the information. Part of the thing that media literacy teaches us is to also to become active listener and also increase our capacity to engage in difficult conversations about issues, about politics, about health. And it also teaches us to identify logic and informal fallacies about information. At this point, it is important for us to always question the media messages we consume. Ask yourself, what is the purpose of this content? Who is it directed towards? Or is it targeting a specific audience? Or is it targeting to malign the character of an institution or of an individual? How can this message be interpreted by different audiences? For instance, during the election season before, that's early 2022, the social media platforms were awash with images of the vice president-elect, Shetima, with some group of Fulanis dining. And most of the captions on social media platforms regarding that image were saying, see the vice president of the APC dining with bandits. And the image went viral prior to the election. So these are the things you need to also evaluate. Just before the governorship election, we also saw the image of Peter Obi and Gbadebo Rottweiler sharing a bottle of beer on while they were waiting for their flight at the Lagos Lodge, at the Lagos airport. These are instances, and I can give us more and more. So, what do we need to do? How do we need to ensure that what we are watching or what we are reading, you need to be skeptical about everything you come across online. Always ask yourself, are they biased? Does this article present one side of the story? What is the other side of the story that the platform do not want to reveal? Does the headline look too incredible? If you are unsure, check other credible media platforms to cross-check the information, because any genuine news report, any genuine images, genuine video, most credible media platform would report the matter. So if you are finding it on, for instance, Podium Reporters, and you are not seeing it on Punch, you are not seeing it in Daily Trust, you are not seeing it in Nigerian Tribune, you should be worried. You should be able to raise questions. There are so many tools that as journalists that we can use. Maybe I can share the tools. I have them in a PDF format. Listed out, I shared it with the organizers. Maybe they can share it with journalists present. There are so many tools that you can use to do all this. And the advent of artificial intelligence has even complicated the matter for us as journalists, because it is very difficult for you to identify what is true from what is not, especially visuals, because artificial intelligence has been able to ensure that you can manipulate people's conversation, audio, almost 99% accurate, using AI tools such as Descript and so on. So what do we do as journalists? Improve your skills. Learn more. That's why platforms like the Fact Check Hub, the ICIR, Africa Check, Dubawa, that's why we are there. We were once journalists. I worked as a multimedia reporter with Daily Trust for about a decade. But I told myself at a point that I need to move from them say, to be looking at even what we are dishing out. Because I could recall inability to verify most of this information also impacts on our own report as journalists. I worked on a report which was published by The Guardian. Nobody could believe that what The Guardian reported could be manipulated. The reporter got the information from sources. And the information was that the UN has agreed to create another state out of Cameroon. And only The Guardian reported it. And I got a call from AIT that the news is on their news item for the 6 p.m. news. But they need to verify to be sure if this is accurate. And we reach out to our sources. We deploy our tools. And in just over an hour, we were able to get accurate information. And that is why we are encouraging you, as journalists, as patriotic Nigerians, to embrace fact-checking. Whatever you know, currently, I can say it is limited. But with fact-checking, there are limitless opportunities, not just in verifying information. You can also become so many things. Because with technology, it has opened the door to create more new jobs and more opportunities for people. We now have social media monitors, we have digital forensics, who can tell you your digital footprint on all platforms, just using some tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for him once again. Because he couldn't really do the entire presentation, of course he's going to leave a copy with us, and it's a soft copy. And we're going to put it in the WhatsApp number and in the emails of everybody in attendance. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. I know we got some persons asking 1 or 2 questions, and okay, yes, one more, then we'll get our speakers and presenters to give a response to all of the questions and points that are raised. Thank you. Please, your name just very quickly, and then your comment.
My name is Dayo Mogun. This afternoon, I want to commend the organizers of this meet. I think that a lot more of this kind of thing is very important, so that we don't get our fingers burnt in this nation. So, having said that, now I want to find out, because somebody made a presentation talking about how America does not present a particular side of its reality. And I want to ask, is that not a form of disinformation? Does that not fall within the realm of disinformation if you present only a particular side of the realities of a people? I think that we must come to the point where the truth is reported as is, and not try to dance to any particular interest. I think that's what journalism should be, and I think that's what it is. So, but I'm asking, and I hope that I get an answer, does that not fall into the realm of disinformation? That's one. 2, now, is it possible that the sources, for example, government sources, authorities, who should provide information, when they fail in their responsibility, is it possible that that's what causes fake news to arise? For example, I read something on Facebook yesterday. A man approached his lawyer and said, or a landlord or something approached a lawyer and said, my tenant owes me money. And he said, how much? He said, 500,000. I said, do you have any evidence to that effect? The man says, no. He said, okay, you know some? Go and tell the man that he owes you 950,000. So when he puts that across, the man comes running and says, no, it's not 950,000, I owe you 500.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think one more question, and then we'll give the... Please go ahead. Very quickly and straight to the point.
Yes, straight to the point. You know, I came from Benin. If I don't ask these questions, my ancestors in Benin will not forgive me. So even when I was running around, I had to make sure that I was taking notes. I'm a little pained because those who are leaning towards the political parties, some of them have left, but it's important I ask this question for information purpose. Political parties have social media use. Yes, and no political party should play victim again. I may not like, for me, for example, in the last election, I didn't like Asiwaju and Atiku, but I love my country. That is why when there's an opportunity like this to learn, I'll be the first to appear. But to the questions, How do journalists and TV stations, you know, we've been very hard on social media. Let's talk about TV station a little bit. How do journalists and those who work in the print media, all print medias are owned by, most print media, not all, for political correctness, are owned by political actors. Yes. TV stations are owned by people holding political offices. Some of them, most of them. How do you balance it when your Oga is running for an election? How do you now, in all fairness, report your Oga and report your Oga's opponent? And this also goes down to the national station. I think I can mention this, NTA. How will NTA report my problem with the government in such a way that the government will look bad, even if the government is bad? Patriotism versus truth. I have been following the Ukraine war for over a year. And one thing I noticed is that both sides report their own side of the truth. So whereas if 10 Russian soldiers were killed here, Ukraine will report that we killed maybe 20 Russian soldiers and we lost some of our soldiers. They don't put numbers. So is that a form of disinformation when you tell half of the story? Half. You just tell half. Finally, there is the truth. I hear it from lawyers a lot, Abi judges. They say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It then means there is the truth. It also means there is the whole truth. Let's leave nothing but the truth for later, because we've agreed on the first two. Now, I am in Abuja to attend a program of this nature conveyed by Mr. John Mayaki. That is the truth, and that is the whole truth. Some other persons will say, like yesterday when I posted on my status, he said most of the people coming are in APC. Then it must be an APC program. I said, but I'm Labour, and I'm attending. Now, the whole truth is that there is nothing discussed here that has tended towards political party. Now, if bloggers go tomorrow and say that there was an APC program in Abuja that brought in one Labour Party man to create a balance, is that a form of disinformation? Because it looks like the truth, but it is not the whole truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You said you came all the way from Benin. Thank you very much for taking all of that time. Thank you very much. Yes. I think the last.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
My name is Comrade Larry Sadiq from Niger State, Human Rights Radio, Capacity Media Trust Radio. I just want us to look at the time. We're talking about the fake news. Yeah. By this time now, very sure this is 1:54. Yeah. We have just 6 minutes to round up this program. As a Nigeria, we should be proud of time so that tomorrow, anybody will not be tagged us as Africa time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a good one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Three of our speakers are still here in the room. I think I'll start with Honorable Osadodo. From any of all of these persons that have spoken, if there's any of them you want to help us respond to. Let me just circulate this mic around. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. It's your choice, really, as moderator of the workshop. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your contribution, comments, and questions. But I think that there are a number of matters arising, in a sense, worrisome, but also in a sense, future issues that we could deal with. I think that fundamentally, there appears to be a conflation of roles. There seems to be an attempt at equalizing a journalist with a blogger or a basement publisher, or a journalist with a publicist or a public relations officer. A journalist is a journalist. And the ethics of journalism are clear. And the roles and mandates of journalists are also clear. When, in the course of my presentation, I did say that both the traditional and social media, or the new media, were feeding us on a diet of negative news. which has now occasioned hopelessness about and in our country, I was damn serious, and I will repeat it. I wasn't saying minimize bad news, but the much you hear and see at all times is so much bad news. Take a look at something that happened in 2020, the #EndSARS protests, deadly protests as they were. After the protests, President Muhammadu Buhari dispatched his cabinet members to return to their states to hold dialogue sessions with the youth and other stakeholders. Without exception, one of the things that emerged from those dialogue sessions was the admission by young persons that they were ignorant of ongoing government programs and ideas from which they could participate without being connected to any person influential. And the few persons who had linked up to those programs were, of course, smiling and happy. But the others who had been fed on a diet of bad and negative news and everything worse about the country were certainly the losers. What happened to us? And why should that continue to happen? That's the point. The other issue relating to minimizing bad news and so on and so forth, or you see a story, you focus on the good ones, I will focus on the bad ones, which brings me back to the earlier point I made about being a journalist and being a blogger and being a publicist. Manhole covers have been removed here in our city, in Abuja. Lights don't work at night. If you, as a journalist, report that in the first instance, that's fine. You come back again and focus on it because it is bad news, that for you will not make you a good journalist. Ask me why. Why? Your editor as a newspaper editor or a traditional media newspaper editor, if you brought that same story back, you will spike that story. In other words, kill that story. If they are removing manhole covers, there is a market for trading in that manhole covers or in those manhole covers. Have you tried to find out where that market is? Who are those operating in that market? That's your storyline as a journalist. If the street lights are not working, you can be sure, standing here, that there is a department in the FCDA that is not working. Why is that department not working? That is what you should pursue as a journalist. Not merely regurgitating the street lights are not working. In that case, you'll be talking like the man on the street. So, go beyond being the man on the street. Provide information. Unfortunately, in the age that we live in, it appears the traditional media have come now to rely on online media as their sources of information. I ask, who are the reporters? Who are the investigative reporters for the online media? Are they ghosts? Do they go out to get these stories? And of course, they mix and match all kinds of things and we consume them. If you are a journalist, be ready to be a journalist. Listen to your editor. Your editor is not merely to edit your scripts, but also to guide you on the kind of stories to pursue, who to go to. Prof was talking about sources, open sources, confidential sources. How much of that are we utilizing? If we want to get back to real journalism practice, let's do so. If you want to be a blogger, be a blogger. If you want to be a publicist, like those who issue all kinds of funny things. We saw in the course of this election, the mismanagement of information by persons who were ordinarily posing as spokespersons, but they had little or no training whatsoever in strategic communication.
Thank you so much. We're going to have a vote of thanks quickly, but I think Prof has just one thing to say. Just one thing to say. The presentation by Okpeyemi, like I said, we are going to put it online to as many persons as are captured in the registration charts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for another opportunity. Just one thing, like you said, sometimes we look at some of these subject matters in isolation. But of course, when we talk about journalism, sometimes we know it travels into media. And of course, communication is overarching. And that's why you cannot look at media or journalism in isolation. You look at it within the realm of communication because communication is a little more all-encompassing. And in discussing communication, it embeds the society. You know, the kind of society that you have will determine the kind of communication, the kind of media, the kind of journalists that you have, you know.
This is just in reference to some of the questions bordering about why it has become very difficult for us to get information from government, for us to believe people, why we engage in malinformation, misinformation, disinformation. It's partly a function of the distrust, the trust gap between the leaders and the led. All these things translate into affecting the character of our communication, the nature of our communication. We cannot ignore that. But let's not also be too hard on ourselves. There's no system that have it seamlessly. Sometimes they also have impediments, but like Mr. Sadolo said, they are very strategic in communication. A lot of people have talked about over-information, the deluge of information. I'm sorry, you cannot have too much information. All you need to do is to have educated people who can discern. And when you are designing, you also have to be strategic, purposeful with your communication, like you mentioned. It's very, very important. But I've said it severally in so many fora that most of the time we talk about strategic communication, but in many circles, we probably don't even know what it means. Even in situations where we know what it means, we hardly apply it. It's just saying that we have to be definite, we have to be purposeful. You have to sift through all the myriad of channels and messages around you, and choose after segmentation the one that will be most appropriate for your goal. But it comes back to the problem we have as a country again. We have laws, we have regulations, but implementation is often very problematic. You have strategic communication, you talk about it, but you do not implement it. But to bring about improvement, there has to be progress. There has to be change from distraction. Thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. I think Mrs. Humphrey will do the vote of thanks, after which we'll break for a slight entertainment here. We'll get our VIPs, our speakers to lead the way, and then the rest of us will follow. Thank you.
I want to say a very big thank you to everybody. Thank you, Lord, for your patience. The menace of fake news is not that a threat to our peaceful coexistence as a people. This is something that today's event has abundantly clarified. We have also been taken through the process of how to identify and protect ourselves, our loved ones, and what we need to do from the damaging effects of fake news. But the good book says that whatever has a beginning must surely have an end. Unfortunately, we have reached the bus stop, and we must allow the message to travel beyond us to the world around us. A very many thanks to you, the dignitaries who graced this workshop, especially our excellencies, the ministers, and to the resource persons, all the panelists. There is not enough words to express gratitude to you all, to the organizer, local organizing committee, which I shared, the secretariat, everyone who made today's event possible. Thank you all. May the good Lord lead you all to your destination safely. God bless us all.
Thank you. We're dismissed. Have a wonderful refreshment. God bless you all.
Just by the door, so
Fake news is false. Fake news is false or misleading information presented as news. Fake news often has the aim of damaging the reputation of a person or entity, or making money through advertising revenue. Although false news has always been spread throughout history, the term fake news was first used in 1890s when sensational reports in newspapers were common. Nevertheless, the term does not have a fixed definition and has been applied broadly to any type of false information. It's also been used by high-profile people to apply to any news unfavorable to them. Fake news
is like a tree with branches, bearing corrupt, chaotic fruits. It would be right to say the branches of fake news are disinformation and misinformation. These two have gained prominence in terms of usage, especially as it relates to news perceived not to be fact-based. Disinformation is false information deliberately spread to deceive people. But it should not be confused with misinformation, which is also false information, but is not deliberate. The key word here is deliberate. The prevalence of fake news has increased with the recent rise of social media, especially the Facebook newsfeed. And this misinformation is gradually seeping into the mainstream media. Several factors have been implicated in the spread of fake news, such as political polarization, post-truth politics, motivated reasoning, confirmation bias, and social media algorithms. Fake news can reduce the impact of real news by competing with it.
It depends on where I get the news from. I mean, if it's a blog, there's a 50% chance it's not real or it's fake. If it's source, my brother said, this one said, you can't really, it's always alleged. But if it's from a news source, like a TV station or all that is trusted, that you know that, okay, this guy is like 90% of the time, it always turns out to be true, then yeah, you can trust it. So
for me, first of all, I will need to check the source of the information. If it's a credible source, then I will know that it's genuine. If it's not, then I know that it's fake. The content, if it doesn't make sense logically, I know that it's something I need to check again. And if it's not from the main source itself, if it's not from the person who probably witnessed or experienced the situation, then I will know that this thing is not really pure, it's not sure like that.
Well, the world we live in today, especially with the advancement of technology, many news or information can be fabricated, and even these guys to look like the credible media houses out there, like people making fake symbols of CNN and all that. But then again, sometimes the true information comes out and then the media house denies them. The truth is, true information will happen in real life. Fake information will never happen. That's the way it will happen. I don't trust any information. The way it's going now, I don't even know which one is true or is fake. We'll see where we are from. Thank you.
When the facts looks exaggerated, when the facts are outrageous, like when other media outlets are like giving another different information, then you know that the news is fake.
There are many types of fake news. Some of them are satire or parody, false connection, misleading content, false context, imposter content, manipulated content, fabricated content. Do you know how to identify fake news?
When the news is not coming directly from a TV station or a radio station, because these two platforms that I give to you, before they could be able to broadcast their news or their messages, it has to be in authentic form. They get it direct from the right source, so they could be held accountable.
To my check, even they hear the microphone.
So with such, I know this is an authentic news.
First thing, I first believe in my spirit. I try to listen to myself, like what my spirit tells me. And second of all, I listen to the radio and watch the news. These are the better ways for me to believe news, whether it's fake or not. And I don't really believe in social media news.
For me, fake news, identifying a fake news I must know the source first.
That's how I can differentiate a fake news and the real news. You understand? So I have to know the source. And for me, where I always say get my source from has to be CNN, BBC. That's on TV. Then on radio, that's where I get my own news from.
So fake news comes all around from individuals, because everybody wants to promote themselves on social media, being the first to be the one to push any whatever news they come. So they end up pushing out their own stories just to buy you out. So be very careful of the kind of news you push out.
Interestingly, according to an academic library guide, there are specific aspects of fake news that may help you identify it and avoid being unduly influenced. These include clickbait, propaganda, satire or parody, sloppy journalism, misleading headlines, manipulation, rumor mill, misinformation, media bias, audience bias, and content farms. Clickbait is a teaser-like text or a thumbnail link that is designed to make one curious, attract attention, and entice users to follow that link and read, view, or listen to the linked piece of an online content that is typically deceptive, sensationalized, or outrightly misleading. Clickbait headlines often add an element of dishonesty using enticements that do not accurately reflect the content being delivered. Propaganda is communication that includes paintings, cartoons, posters, pamphlets, films, radio shows, TV shows, and websites with the primary motive to influence or persuade an audience to further an agenda which may not be objective. Propaganda takes the form of selectively presenting facts to encourage a particular perception, or using loaded language to produce an emotional rather than a rational response to the information that is being presented. Manipulation in psychology is defined as a deceptive device designed to influence or control another, usually in a manner which facilitates one's personal aims. Manipulation is generally considered a dishonest form of social influence, as it is used at the expense of others. Media bias is the bias of journalists, news producers, editors, and recently bloggers within the mass media or on social media in the selection of many events and stories
it's quite
that
amazing
are
how it went,
and how they are covered.
We thank
The term
resource
media
persons.
bias
We also
implies
thank the patience of the participants. They waited till the end. 4 hours at a go, they waited, and they all people are ready to listen and learn. Especially, in fact, they are passionate about their country. I saw the patience in them, and I know that yes, I think we are going somewhere. I quite appreciate also the topic, the way the speakers presented their issues, the practicality in it, and everything. I appreciate every one of them, and my expectation was quite was met. My expectation was met. They all turned up, apart from the minister who had urgent executive session at the villa. Everyone turned up, more than my expectation. More than my expectation. So moving forward, we are going to continue the discussion around keeping our country safe. In fact, the next issue we are going to be dealing with is the issue of JAPA syndrome. JAPA syndrome. We're going to discuss all of those. We're going to discuss every issue that will do well for the well-being of our country. That is what we are interested in. The economic situation of our country, leadership issues, issues that will put us together, issues that will bind us together, issues that will unite us. It's all about what the Coalition for Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa is all about.
in the standards of journalism rather than the perspective of an individual or article. Politics and media buyers may interact with each other. The media has the ability to influence politicians, and politicians may have the power to influence the media. Market forces may also cause bias. Examples include bias introduced by the ownership of media, the subjective selection of staff, or the perceived preference of an intended audience. We all need to learn how to identify fake news and properly educate those around us. That is why the Coalition of Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa is spreading the word that every one of us has a role to play to combat the menace of fake news.
On this workshop, we will be dealing with patriotism as Nigerians. We'll be dealing with fake news. We'll be dealing with a lot of issues that could unite this nation. And so, we want to discuss fake news. Fake news can reduce the impact of real news by competing with it. There are types of fake news. Some of them are as satire or parody. They could mislead in their content. They impose their opinion on the people, fabricated content. It could be video or text, And so today, there are going to be specific areas we are going to be talking to you on, fact-checking your stories. Fake news is bad, and it must be avoided by all means. Stay away from fake news.
Nigeria's media landscape has changed, and it's the same all over the world. The advent of the internet and innovations like social media has changed the way we create, we send, and also receive information. There's now an absence of gatekeepers, or at least a weakening power. All of this means people can communicate rapidly and also without restrictions, but they're also consulting unwanted or negative consequences, one of which is the prevalence of fake news. This workshop provokes important questions around ethical media practice and what we as citizens must do to ensure that we have a climate devoid of fake information that could also pose danger to our social stability and also our unity as a country. I look forward to enjoying the conversations, to also listen to lectures from professionals and experts who have been billed to deliver papers at this workshop. I encourage everyone to participate and also do what they can as individuals to stop fake news and also to promote ethical and responsible media practice. Thank you.
Stay away from fake news. Don't propagate. Don't digest it. It can destroy a person and a nation. #Say no to fake news. This is courtesy the Coalition of Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa.
Mayaki is a veteran journalist, historian, diplomat, archivist, and documentalist. He obtained his first educational degree from the Nigerian Institute of Journalism before bagging a bachelor's degree in international studies and diplomacy from the prestigious University of Benin, UNIBEN. He proceeded to Coventry University in England, where he earned a master's degree in communication, culture, and media. Mayaki was also awarded a certificate in leadership and entrepreneurship by the University of Oxford, and yet another certificate in rewiring leadership for high impact and sustainability by the University of Cambridge. He is a professional consultant on communication, management, and strategy, duly certified by the Chartered Management Institute, England. He serves as the Chief Executive Officer of Bloomshire, Nigeria, a 360 media outfit, and the Country Director of Coalition for Good Governance and Economic Justice in Africa. The Coalition is a non-governmental group focused on helping government to deliver economic goods to the people and collaborate with media and international partners to promote justice, accountability, and public education.